I was alone, the only ranger in a remote district stationed in a guard cabin that had seen better days. The nearest town was a long, desolate drive away, a stretch of winding roads that seemed to swallow all signs of civilization. No one passed through unless they had a reason to, and out here there were very few good reasons. From the moment I moved in, something felt wrong. The solar power battery barely worked, so I spent my nights in total darkness, save for my dim headlamp and the occasional flicker of moonlight. The nights stretched on endlessly, sleepless and suffocating. At first it was the bats that kept me up, dozens of them nestling in the rafters. Their skittering claws and high-pitched screeches made it impossible to sleep. Then something else, something heavier. Footsteps on the deck. The first time I heard them, I told myself it was an animal, maybe a badger or a beaver, but deep down I knew better. Badgers don't walk in slow, deliberate steps, and they don't pause like they're listening and waiting. 2 months in, the scratching started. At first on the edges of the deck, then closer on the door. Something was testing the cabin. Every time I stepped outside, the air felt thick, the trees dark and towering, pressing in, as if they were hiding something just beyond my line of sight. And I started keeping my shotgun within reach, even though I technically wasn't supposed to have one. But tell me, who the hell lives out here alone and doesn't arm themselves? So Tuesday nights were my grocery run, the only time I'd leave the cabin after dark. The drive back was always tense, headlights barely cutting through the oppressive blackness in the woods. On this particular night, I felt it before I even pulled in, a wrongness that settled deep in my gut like a warning. Something was waiting for me. I stepped out, keys in hand, and then I saw them. 2 eyes. They were hovering in the darkness just above my front door, too high off the ground to be a coyote but too low for a deer, about 4 feet up, and they weren't moving. My breath caught in my throat, and every instinct screamed at me to run and get back in the car. I screamed out to get the hell out of here, but the eyes didn't move. Then slowly they crouched lower and started creeping forward. I grabbed a piece of firewood from the sack and hurled it. The log landed with a thud, and the thing flinched back but made no noise. I fumbled again with my keys, hands shaking so hard I nearly dropped them. The solar power was out again, so I was doing this blind, and I could hear its slow, measured breathing. Too controlled for an animal, too aware. I got inside and grabbed my shotgun. When I stepped back out, the thing was still there, but closer now, just at the edge of the dim glow from my crappy headlamp. My pulse pounded in my ears as I loaded the gun, never taking my eyes off it. One-handed, I threw another piece of wood. This time it moved, slowly, and then melted back into the brush. No sound, no rush of movement, just gone. That night I downed 4 IPAs and slept with my shotgun in my arms. Morning came and I wasn't sure if I dreamt the whole thing, until the trail crew arrived. They found mountain lion tracks everywhere, all over the porch, by the rocking bench, even circling the cabin. But the thing was, after that night I kept hearing it. The creak of the rocking chair in the dead of night, footsteps on the deck. I'd grab my shotgun, throw the door open, and see nothing. No movement, no sound, and when I checked the ground, there were never any more tracks. It had been muddy for weeks. There should have been tracks. I'd been stalked by mountain lions before. They watch you from a distance and keep to the shadows. They don't taunt you. They don't play games with you. But something was out there, and whatever it was definitely playing with me. This happened when I was a kid, and even now, years later, I still get chills thinking about it. Every summer, my family would spend a week at this quiet, isolated spot called Willow Lake. It wasn't a touristy place, just a tiny old cabin, a dock, and Mortis stretching out into thick, endless trees. No neighbors, no other campers, just us in the forest. I used to love it there. It felt like our own little world. But after that summer, I never wanted to go back. You see, one morning, my sisters and I decided to float out on the lake in some old inner tubes. The air was still heavy with mist curling over the water in thick, ghostly wisps. From the dock you could barely see the opposite shore, just the dark outline of the trees pressing against the fog. They had been out for almost an hour, when suddenly they came running back. They cashed through the tent, soaking wet, panting, shaking, faces pale as ghosts. It took them a minute to even get the words out, and when they did, it didn't make sense. They said they'd seen something on the far shore. At first they thought it was a dog low to the ground, unmoving, just watching them. But then it stood up, and it wasn't a dog anymore. It was pale, almost bone white, and moved in an unnatural, jerky way, like a puppet in tangled strings. It swayed, shifting from side to side, its movements erratic and just wrong. Then suddenly it turned its head and looked right at them. And the way they described it, its eyes weren't right, they weren't glowing, they weren't reflective, but they were just deep, dark, empty pits. Then in one sudden motion, it dropped back down into all fours and bolted into the trees. They were hysterical by the time they finished telling us. My dad, who never gets rattled, just sat there for a long moment rubbing his jaw. Finally, he told them to sit tight and not go near the water for the rest of the day. He didn't say it, but I could tell he believed them. A few nights later, we were trying to pretend like nothing had happened, but everyone was still tense. Even the fire didn't feel comforting that night. By midnight, we were all crawled up into the tent. The woods had gone eerily quiet, with no crickets, no wind in the trees, just the distant lapping of water hitting the shore. I don't know how long we laid there before we heard the footsteps. At first they were faint, slow, and somewhere out there in the trees. Then gradually they got closer, deliberate, circling the tent. I barely breathed, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. My dad, lying closest to the entrance, sat up slowly. Then it stopped. Everything was dead silent. And then from just beyond the fabric of the tent, a low growl. Not like a dog, not like a bear. Something that shouldn't have been there. My dad didn't hesitate, his half-empty beer bottle, and flung it at the trees. For a second, nothing, just the sound of the shattering against the ground. And then, something threw a piece of it back. I swear to God, something hurled a shard of broken glass straight for us, and it sliced through the tent and hit my sister's arm. She screamed, clutching it as blood started running down her skin. And then footsteps again, faster this time, running, but not away, around us, circling faster and faster. We stayed huddled in the tent the entire night. None of us moved, none of us spoke, and I stared at the ceiling, shaking and counting the hours until the sun would rise. As soon as morning broke, we packed up and got the hell out of there. My dad didn't say a word, just drove. I remember looking back at the tree line as we pulled away, expecting to see something standing there, watching us leave. But there was nothing. My sister still has the scar from when the glass cut her, a thin, jagged line down her forearm. I don't care what anyone says. People think it was just an animal or a trick of the fog or our imaginations, but I know what I saw, what we heard, and the scar that my sister still has to prove it. We weren't alone that night at Willow Lake. I was working the overnight shift at a gas station, the dead hours between Friday night and Saturday morning. The kind of shift where the world feels eerily still. It was around 6 a.m. when a semi pulled into the fuel aisle. The driver climbed out, moving fast, too fast, like he couldn't get inside the store quick enough. His face was pale, drained of all color, and his hands were shaking as he pushed through the door. My first thought was the worst. We got a lot of drunks wandering across the 4-lane highway out front. Maybe he hit someone. "What's wrong?" I asked, already bracing for the answer. He just stared at me for a second like he wasn't sure how to say it. Then he finally muttered, "I'm not crazy." Great. I was alone in the store and now I had a possible unhinged trucker on my hands. No, of course not, I said, keeping my voice calm. He swallowed hard, glanced towards the door like he expected someone to follow him inside. I just saw something huge on the side of the road. My first thought was a bear. We had one in the dumpster last week. Like a deer or a bear? His face twisted, like he wished that were the case. Nah, bigger than a bear, on his back legs. A chill ran down my spine. Maybe just a big person, I offered. But his head shook violently. It picked up a dead buck, lifted it like it weighed nothing and threw it over its shoulder. Then it walked into the woods. I could only stare at him, my brain refusing to process what he was saying. At that hour, after a long shift, reality felt thin, like it could be torn open if you looked at the wrong thing for too long. Just then a local came up to the counter for his usual. The trucker turned to him, still rattled, and told him what he saw. The guy barely reacted, just shrugged and said, "That's the Bigfoot, lives near the county line." The trucker and I both gawked at him, waiting for the punchline, but there wasn't one. The trucker paid for his fuel so fast it was almost comical, then bolted for his rig. Never saw him again. The locals still insist it was Bigfoot. Me, I don't go near the woods anymore, because I don't know what's out there. And honestly, I don't want to find out. My neighbor used to be a park ranger for the National Park Service. He's retired now, but every once in a while after a few drinks, he'll start sharing these stories with me. He was working an overnight shift in the Appalachian Mountains on a clear night. It was around 75. About 30 minutes into his patrol, he felt something tap his shoulder. It was a sticky plop of liquid, and instinctively he reached up and wiped it off. When he looked at his fingers under the beam of his flashlight, they were coated in blood. That's when the real horror began. He tilted his lights up into the trees. High above, near 100 feet up, were the mangled carcass of a deer, twisted like it had been crushed in a vice. Its limbs bent in ways nature never intended, and flesh hung from its splintered bone. The thing wasn't just dead. It looked violently staged. And the tree it was lodged in? It had no branches for at least the first 20 feet. No cougar or bear could have dragged it up there. He was sure of it. There weren't even supposed to be cougars in that part of the state. He stood there frozen. The forest felt suddenly very heavy. The next day when he returned with a crew to examine it, the deer was gone. Not a trace of the blood, not a disturbed branch. But that feeling that he was being watched persisted. The second story creeped me out the most. My neighbor wasn't on duty for this one. He was on vacation, hiking through New River Gorge National Park in West Virginia. It's massive. Over 65,000 acres of twisting trails, ghost towns, and sheer wilderness. He'd been hiking a familiar trail when he noticed a faint side path, probably a deer trail, or maybe something cut by bikers. He was in an adventurous mood, so he veered off, breaking branches, and went to mark his route. The further he walked, the quieter it got. No birdsong, no wind, just stillness. That's when he found it. In a clearing was a building, not a cabin, but a full-size structure. And it wasn't crumbling or decayed. The windows were intact. The roof looked solid. No moss, no rot, just there, like it had been dropped in the woods yesterday. Curious, he got closer, and the building turned out to be a church. The front door wasn't locked. He stepped inside quietly, and the air smelled faintly of damp stone and candle wax. But the inside was clean. Too clean. No debris. The pews were intact. The altar was standing, and sitting on the altar was a large, leather-bound book. He walked closer and realized something was off. The book wasn't a Bible, the text was strange, no language he recognized, and the symbols decorating the walls and altar weren't crosses, they were unfamiliar, jagged, and intricate, like something out of an ancient cult. That's when the feeling hit him, when your skin prickles up and your stomach knots, and every instinct was screaming at him to get out of there. He backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound. Then he heard a soft creak. He didn't wait to see who or what was there. He bolted out the door and sprinted into the woods, following his broken branch tail back to safety, and didn't look back. Later, he reported the building to the park authorities. They dismissed it. Probably an old church left over from a mining town that was still structurally sound. There was no need to check it. But he knows what he saw, and what he felt. That he was never supposed to step inside that place, and something else must have been in there with him. He said he still dreams about it, the book, the symbols, and the silence, and the footsteps following behind. My stepmom Macy grew up as a kind of privileged teen in the 70s, and her mum had moved their family over there, the States, from England, when she was around 9. She went to a pretty nice high school in a really nice town. There she made friends with Lily, who didn't exactly run with Macy's type of crowd, popular, stereotypical. But they really hit it off. And Lily would take Macy out to do her kind of stuff, hiking, fishing, sailing. My stepmom has raccoon eyes and looks like she hates everything. Anyway, because of Lily's influence, the two of them would do stuff like that a good amount. One Sunday, they decided to go hiking in some hills about an hour away. Macy put on what I'm sure were her extremely expensive hiking shoes, and the two of them drove off to the hiking trails. Lily parked in this big clearing with a makeshift parking spot, like little pieces of wood marking the head of a space, but there were no other cars there. This was important only in hindsight. They started hiking up the hill, off the path because Lily fancied herself something of a badass. The hike was nothing extraordinary. If you asked my stepmom, she would just lament for 15 minutes about how sticky and buggy it was. So they reached the top of the hill, and my stepmom was done. The polished, pampered side of her was coming out, and she groaned until Lily begrudgingly said, "Okay," and they would rest and then walk down again slower. They had been heading down the hill for perhaps 10 minutes, when Macy began to complain again. Lily conceded to walking down the side of the road instead of the rough hiking trail, probably looking like a couple of tools geared up for hiking and walking down a crappy road, and after not even 5 minutes a truck pulled up next to them. It was red and rusty, and just generally looked like a clunker. The guy driving rolled down the window, and the girls looked in through the passenger side window. He had a big beard, a baseball cap pulled down, and long brown hair. He greeted them and even smiled through his beard, asking if they needed a ride. Macy described him as charming and even cute. Lily still says the moment he greeted them her hackles went up, and despite her better judgment, my stepmom convinced her to get into the truck. "It must be only a 10-minute drive down to the car tops," she said. The two girls opened the passenger door to this rusty thing, and the guy directed them behind the seat to get into the back. They settled in and the truck started rumbling forwards. Lily always says that was the point it hit her, what a mistake they had made. The back seat was clean enough, but there was a rope on the floor behind the driver's seat and 4 boxes of saran wrap half hanging out underneath the passenger seat. It seemed creepy and weird, but Lily didn't want to freak my stepmom out, so she shut her mouth. 10 minutes later, the woods didn't look any clearer, and they hadn't seen another car the whole time. Lily asked how long he thought it would be, and he said he was taking a different route down the hill and had to stop somewhere to get something first. That was it. The girls were 16 and Lily didn't want to press the issue. She was scared. She can remember his hair because he was sitting behind him. He looked like a woodsy guy, but his hair was super tangled and dirty. She noticed crusted mud on his collar and tried to find something identifiable about him, but just got scared the more she picked up on little details. He was youngish, strong-looking, and maybe had 1 inch on both of them, So they didn't ask any more questions, and he didn't offer any information, and they drove on. Several minutes after, they reached a tiny shack/log cabin right in the middle of a clearing. There was an old stump there when someone had been chopping wood with a huge axe stuck into a log. Lily was definitely on red alert now. The guy turned off the truck and slipped out saying, "I'll be right back, don't get out," and he disappeared into the cabin. Lily tried to talk to my stepmom about how she was incredibly uncomfortable, but she mostly dismissed it. Lily started begging, increasingly freaked out, and finally put her foot down, demanding Macy exit the truck with her. So they got out and walked around the front of the vehicle. The cabin was about 50 yards in front of them. Why this guy would have left two young girls in the truck alone while going into the cabin is beyond me, and they wandered around, looking at it, hesitantly. If this guy really was decent and just trying to give them a ride, it would be super rude to just run off, right? My stepmom had this strict upbringing when it came to manners and public persona, and she saw it as an issue of that nature. So she actually started to head back to the truck, opening the front door and to climb in behind the driver's seat. Lily was pissed off and followed her to yell some more. On the driver's side floor, half hidden under the seat, was a big hatchet. It had dried red and brown stains covering the blade and stuck to the floor underneath it. Lily understandably lost her mind seeing it, and my stepmom started getting hysterical. They decided that leaving was by far their best option at this point, and just booked it off the side property into the trees. They bumbled around in the trees for a little while, until Lily was fairly confident they were on their way back down the hill. My stepmom cried all the way down. Lily felt bad about it, but was also completely freaked out that he would hear it, and kept trying to calm her down. When they finally got down to the bottom and saw the old wood fence that surrounded the original parking area, they felt relieved. But as they got closer, they saw it. The truck was parked on the other side of the gravelly makeshift lot, just sitting there facing the opposite way innocently. They couldn't see if anyone was in it, and of course Macy wanted to run for the car, but Lily was hesitant. She managed to calm my stepmom down, saying she wanted to wait before running out in the open to see what was out there. Remember, this is the 70s. No cell phones. There were no ranger stations or anyone around. The parking lot was big and empty, and open, and who knows what would have happened if they decided to stroll across it. Thankfully, Lily convinced my stepmom to chill, and the two of them hunkered down against a big tree, hidden by bushes and other trees, and waited it out for what seemed to be a few hours, when dark started to fall. All the animals started coming out and making noise, and my stepmom, predictably, started getting antsy about this and bothering Lily, who was tired and moments away from giving in. She was just planning their dash to the car when they heard a clunk across the twilight-lit lot. They watched as one of the back doors of their car swung open, and the bearded guy slid his way out the back seat. He got out, shut the door, looked around the woods for several moments, and then walked back to his truck. The truck lumbered past their car and out of sight. Several minutes after watching him drive away, they sprinted to their car as fast as they could, jumped in and peeled out before they had even shut the doors. If this guy is still alive, he must be really old. But they obviously hoped to never meet him again. I live in a very remote area far from the city, where the landscape is vast and mostly open. About 15 minutes from my house, there's a large prairie with 2 lakes, and beyond the lake stands an abandoned hacienda. The hacienda has always been a mysterious and eerie place, surrounded by rumors of strange occurrences. People claim to have seen odd shadow figures entering or wandering near it. We didn't buy it. And so 2 years ago, 2 friends and I decided to go camping there at night to investigate and see for ourselves what all the fuss was about. We planned everything out and agreed to meet at the entrance of the prairie at 7 p.m. At the start of our walk, we were in good spirits, joking and laughing about what we might encounter. The thought of exploring the abandoned hacienda felt thrilling and adventurous. But the further we ventured, and with the sun beginning to set, The atmosphere changed. The prairie became enveloped in an eerie silence, and the crunching of dry autumn leaves under our feet added to the tension. The jokes started to fade, and the closer we got, the more we began to question whether or not we should proceed at all. After all, the hacienda wasn't just abandoned, it was in ruins, burned, with satanic symbols spray-painted all over the place, standing desolate in the middle of nowhere. By the time we finally reached the area near the hacienda, night had fully descended, and everything around us seemed unnaturally still. That's when we saw something. Or someone. At first, it appeared to be a person standing about 200 meters away. The figure was barely visible in the dim light, but there was something unnerving about it. The moment we spotted it, the figure moved in a way that defied explanation. It closed the distance between us far too quickly for any human. We were stunned, frozen for a moment, unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, one of my friends turned pale and started screaming to run. His voice was filled with raw terror, and his expression was something I will never forget. I turned to look behind us, and my blood ran cold. Standing there was a tall, humanoid figure, easily over 6'3", if not more. It wasn't just the size that terrified me, though. It was the fact that it had moved so quick and silently. We hadn't heard any footsteps, no rustling of leaves, nothing to indicate it had been approaching us. And without thinking, we bolted. The three of us ran like our lives depended on it, and who knows, it may just have done. My friends were ahead of me. One was athletic and sprinted with ease, but the other, who was shorter and a bit on the chubby side, struggled to keep up. As for me, I have a heart condition that makes running a bit of a challenge, and I felt like my legs were going to give out. My heavier friend and I exchanged terrified glances, both of us thinking the same thing. This is it. We're not going to make it. But something primal kicked in. The sheer fear of whatever was behind us gave us strength we didn't know we had. We pushed ourselves beyond our limits, fueled by the instinct to survive. What had taken us 30 minutes to walk on our way there took us less than half an hour to run back. We didn't dare look back, fearing what we might see. When we reached the lakes, we glanced back for just a moment and saw something that left us even more shaken. The figure had stopped near a small dam, and then right before our eyes it sort of contorted, changing from a tall humanoid form onto something that ran on 4 legs. The creature sprinted away into the darkness, leaving us in utter disbelief and a palpable fear among all of us. By the time we reached the housing area, we were screaming and crying and out of breath. A security guard approached us, alarmed by our condition. He saw how pale and shaken we were and inquired as to what happened, but we could barely form a coherent sentence. But he could tell something terrible had occurred. He escorted us to the nearest house where we tried to calm down. But even now we can't forget what happened that night. In the days that followed, we all felt an oppressive sense of unease, as if we were being watched. And to this day the memory still sends a chill down my spine. Some mysteries, in my opinion, are best left unexplored. When I was about 14, my family had just moved into a house in the suburbs. It was a quiet neighborhood surrounded by open space, and our backyard stretched far into the darkness, the kind of place that felt peaceful. It was around 10 p.m., but when I went to take out the trash, the only light came from inside the house, casting a weak glow onto the patio. As I slid open the glass door, a gust of cold air rushed in, and for some reason, an uneasy feeling crept up my spine. And that's when I saw them. 2 figures moving through the darkness towards the house. They were completely black, their silhouettes just barely distinguishable from the night itself. They were thin, impossibly slender, almost stretched out, and the way they moved wasn't human. Their gait was unnatural, something between a hop and a lope, almost like kangaroos. But I was in New Jersey, and there were no kangaroos here. At first, they were on all fours gliding soundlessly towards me. But the second I flipped on the porch light, they reacted. Their heads snapped up in a single motion. They rose on two legs, and my breath caught in my throat. They weren't just animals. They weren't just people. They were something else. The moment the light hit them, they turned and bolted faster than anything I'd ever seen. I didn't wait to watch them disappear. I spun around and slammed the door shut, locking it with shaking hands, heart pounding in my throat. I don't know what I saw that night. I never saw deer in that neighborhood, and even if I had, deer don't move like that. Deer don't stand up like that. It's been over 15 years, and I still think about those figures in the dark. The way they moved, the way they ran, and sometimes when I step outside at night, I wonder if they're still out there, just beyond the reach of the light. My father wasn't just a logger. He was a cutter. One of the few trained to handle the sawbeasts known as tree harvesters. Machines built like tanks, armed with spinning blades capable of slicing 100-foot pines like butter. His work took him to the farthest reaches of the wilderness, places so remote they don't appear on any map, right in the middle of nowhere. This job was already off. The road up the mountain had been devoured by time, covered in fallen trees, landslides, and thick, choking brush. It took them 3 weeks to clear a path for the machine. No one was supposed to be up there. No trails, no hunters, no sign of life. Just the hiss of wind and the mechanical growth of metal teeth biting into wood. My father was teamed with another cutter, a guy called Rene. They worked long hours, often sleeping in battered campers parked near the work zone. Pay was based on volume, not time, so they pushed themselves to 16 to 20-hour shifts, alone in that forest, day after day. It began with the radios. Strange, fragmented voices leaking through their headsets, barely audible whispers, static-laced syllables that meant nothing. They changed channels, but the voices followed. Sometimes it sounded like laughter, and others it sounded like chattering, too garbled to understand and too clear to ignore. The deeper they cut into the forest, the more distinct the voices became. Two men conversing in low tones. They weren't workers and they weren't from the crew. My father and Rene both agreed something was wrong. They were not lost hikers or survivalists. They were stalking. That's when they began to find things. Odd rusted-out containers in the brush, makeshift fire pits still warm with ash, and trash bags buried under leaves. It was clear that someone else was here living with them. But the mountain was 2.5 hours from the nearest sign of civilization, and there was no way in except for the road that they themselves had cleared. Didn't make sense. And they found the tent. Rene spotted it tucked into the tree line, camouflaged beneath ferns and filth. Inside one of the sleeping bag, a dented duffel bag, and when they unzipped it, children's underwear. Dozens of pairs. Not only that, but rope, duct tape, then crumpled sketches of stick-figure children being assaulted, drawn with disturbing childish scrawls. Candid photographs of kids at parks and yards, looking over their shoulders. The apple on the ground beside the sleeping bag was fresh. They weren't alone, and the person out there was far worse than they'd imagined. Rene wanted to leave immediately, but my dad, always stubborn, always trying to push through the pain, refused. He insisted on finishing the job. Just a few more days. They agreed to speak over radio only in emergencies, hoping to hear more from the intruders. What they heard chilled them. One man talking about collecting firewood, and another one complained about the noise of the machines. They didn't even sound like they were hiding. They sounded comfortable, as if this was their mountain. Finally, my dad snapped. One evening after a long day of cutting, he grabbed the radio and barked out, "Who are you? Why are you here?" There was silence, and the voices never returned. That night, Renee shook my dad awake in a panic. "Get your gun. Someone's outside." My dad sat up in total silence, and then heard soft footsteps circling the camper. Something scraped under the metal undercarriage, then a click, the doorknob turning. The camper door creaked open, but no one climbed in. They waited in the darkness, and minutes passed. Then scratching sounds just beyond the door. My dad nodded to Renee and crept to the door, gun in hand. Unloaded. He realized too late. The rounds were somewhere in his pack. He never found them. As he approached the door, a flash of movement, then searing pain. A jagged blade raked from his right eyebrow across his nose to his left cheek, and stumbled out of the camper, landing hard. A man with a knife followed, lunging on top of him. Another figure appeared behind them, kicking my father in the head with steel-toed boots. Dazed and nearly unconscious, he saw Renee leap from the camper and tackle the attacker. The second man fled into the woods like a ghost. The other one with the knife scrambled after him, leaving behind only a smear of blood on the dirt and a glint of blade in the moonlight. They didn't sleep that night. They drove hours through darkness to the nearest town, where my father received stitches and a partial reconstructive surgery. The blade had torn his right eye. To this day it looks less like a human eye and more like a slitted cat's pupil. Neither he nor Renee ever went back there. 2 weeks later, the rest of the logging crew returned to finish the job. One of them, a guy called Keegan, went missing. He was found days later, dumped in a ditch off the side of the logging trail, bound, gagged, violated, with his throat cut so deeply it had almost removed his head. The police never found the men. No arrests, no suspects. My father hasn't worked a day in the woods since, and sometimes he wakes up screaming in the night. It was late November in the Bavarian Alps, and I was about 7 or 8 when my father got the idea to take us for a weekend getaway in a cabin he planned to rent. My mother thought it was a wonderful idea, a chance for our family to bond away from the distractions of everyday life. So that's exactly what we did. My parents, my sister and I packed up the car and left early on a Friday morning, giving us a head start on the long, winding drive through the frost-covered countryside. When we arrived, the cold hit me immediately. The air was sharp and crisp, and the ground was already blanketed in a thin layer of snow. It made sense given that December was right around the corner. We unloaded our bags, settled into the cozy wooden cabins, and picked our sleeping spots. After a warm dinner by the crackling fireplace, we all went to bed, excited to explore the woods the next day. That night, however, something strange happened. I was lying in bed when I heard noises outside. It sounded like footsteps crunching through the frost. Curious, I peeked out the window but only saw the dark silhouettes of trees swaying in the wind. I convinced myself it was an animal and tried to sleep, but the footsteps returned about 15 minutes later. This time I woke my sister, who was 11. We crept to the window together and for a brief moment caught a glimpse of a figure standing near the tree line. We couldn't see any features, just a bulky shape. Fear prickled through me. We quickly ducked below the window and whispered nervously before deciding it was safer to ignore it and go back to sleep. I lay awake for hours, my imagination racing with possibilities. The next morning I woke to the smell of sizzling bacon and the comforting sound of my mother humming in the kitchen. I asked if I could go outside to help my dad, who was already chopping wood near the cabin. My sister stayed inside too, still groggy from our restless night. I ran outside and found my father deep in conversation with a man I'd never seen before. The stranger was short and stocky, with a shaved head and a well-worn veteran's cap. His cheeks were flushed, and despite the freezing air, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. As I approached, my dad looked at me and said, "This is my son," introducing me by name. The man gave me a tight-lipped smile and said, "Nice to meet you, kid. I'm Ivan." His eyes lingered on me a bit too long, and I blurted out, "You look kinda scared. Are you okay?" The man coughed uncomfortably. Yeah, forcing a grin. "Just some shell shock. I'm a vet." My dad gave a sympathetic nod, and I didn't question it, though something about his nervous demeanor unsettled me. Ivan claimed he was staying in a nearby cabin with his family and had come over to introduce himself. My dad was always friendly and invited him inside for breakfast, which Ivan accepted. At the table, he asked me questions, what games and hobbies I was into. He seemed nice enough, but something still felt off. After breakfast, I went outside to play while my dad chopped more wood. At one point, I tripped, scraping my knee on a jagged rock, and tears streamed down my face as I inspected the bloody scrape. Ivan appeared almost immediately, offering to help. "Come to my cabin. I've got bandages." My dad was inside helping my mum at that moment, and I was too naive to think twice about going with Ivan, and I followed him into the woods. We walked much further than I expected. The cold nipped at my cheeks and my knee throbbed. I asked how much further, and Ivan just kept saying, "Just a bit more." After what felt like 20 minutes, we reached a small, run-down cabin. It didn't look like the well-maintained rentals I'd seen earlier. "Where's your family?" I asked as we stepped inside. The air was musty, and clothes were scattered across the floor. Ivan avoided my question for a while. "They're out for a walk," he said eventually. "Come, let's fix that knee." He knelt beside me, placing a bandage over the cut. His hand lingered on my leg, rubbing it slowly. "You've got strong legs," he said with an odd smile. "That's good." Panic welled in my chest. I stood up abruptly, mumbling that I should head back. Ivan's smile faltered. "No need to rush," he said, stepping in front of the door. "Stay. Have some lunch." My heart raced as I scanned the room for another exit. "My parents will be looking for me." He waved a dismissive hand. "I told them you were with me," he lied. Just then, the door to a back room creaked open, and a pale woman with sunken eyes stepped out. She looked directly at me and whispered, "Help me," before Ivan whirled around. "Get back inside." The woman flinched and retreated into the room, and Ivan slammed the door and turned back to me with a chilling smile. "Don't mind her. She's sick. Now let's try on some clothes." I bolted towards the door, yanked it open, and ran into the forest. I heard Ivan shout and give chase. My heart hammered in my chest as I sprinted through the snow, branches whipping my face. I didn't know where I was going, only that I needed to get away. His heavy footsteps crunched behind me, growing faster as I pushed myself to run faster. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a familiar clearing. The cabin. My father stood outside, eyes wide. When he saw me running towards him, "Ivan!" I screamed, gasping for air. "He's not a good guy. He tried to make me stay." My dad didn't ask questions. He rushed inside and called the local authorities and grabbed his axe. The police arrived soon after, but Ivan's cabin was empty by the time they arrived. They found ropes, duct tape, and children's clothes that didn't belong to me. The woman was gone, and so was Ivan. The police told us the cabin hadn't been rented to anyone for months. We left that same day. My dad kept checking the rearview mirror the entire drive back. The police never updated us with anything. We never found out who Ivan really was, or what happened to that woman, or how he ended up in that cabin. But I still have nightmares about that night. It was mid-October, and my friends and I, a group of 4, decided to go on a weekend camping trip in a fairly remote part of the Plumas National Forest. We'd planned it for weeks, cool weather, colorful leaves, but no cell service. The idea was to hike about 10 miles in, camp by a lake, and hike back out the next day. It sounded simple enough, but things didn't go as planned. About less than an hour into the trail, we came across this man. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing old hiking boots and jeans, and was carrying a small backpack. He seemed friendly at first and asked if we were heading to the falls, a spot we'd heard about but hadn't planned to visit since it was off trail. When we said yes, he told us he'd just been there. "It's gorgeous, but the best way is the unmarked trail about a half-mile up. You can't miss it, way better than the main route." We thanked him and kept walking, but something about him felt strange. He lingered watching us even after we said goodbye. My friend Sarah muttered something about him giving off weird vibes, and we laughed it off, but her unease seemed to stick with her. When we reached the unmarked trail he mentioned, it was barely visible, a narrow dirt path winding into the trees, and against my gut feeling we decided to follow it. We were excited to see the falls, and the man had seemed so sure it was worth it. At first it was fine, but the further we went, the rougher it got, steeper, rockier and harder to navigate. After about 20 minutes, it struck me the path didn't seem like it had been used recently. No footprints, no sign of people. That's when we came across a small cairn, a stack of rocks right in the middle of the path that looked freshly made. Alex joked that it looked like something straight out of a horror movie, but none of us laughed. By then the mood had shifted. It felt like we were being watched. When the trail began to disappear into dense trees, Sarah was the first to say that we should turn around and that it didn't feel right. We all agreed and started backtracking. Then we saw another cairn identical to the first right in the middle of the trail, except we didn't recall passing it before. Someone had placed it there while we were walking. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to stay calm. My heart, however, was racing. We started moving faster. Alex pulled out his phone to check our GPS, but of course there was no signal. That's when we heard it. A sharp crack like a branch snapping just a little way off the trail. We froze and Sarah whispered, "It's probably an animal." That's when we saw him. The man from earlier standing at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a tree. But this time he wasn't smiling. Alex called out, trying to sound confident. "Hey man, we're just heading back to the main trail." The man didn't respond. He stood there silently watching us. The two other men stepped out from behind nearby trees, both wielding machetes. "Drop your packs," the first man said, his voice cold and commanding. My stomach dropped. None of us moved. We were frozen in shock. One of the other men stepped closer, waving his knife. "We don't want to hurt you, just drop your packs and go back the way you came," Alex whispered. "Run." I dropped my tent before we bolted, and I've never run so fast in my life. Branches scratched at my face, but I didn't care. I could hear them yelling behind us, their footsteps crashing through the underbrush. At one point, I felt a hand graze my jacket. By some miracle, we made it back to the main trail. I don't know how, but we did. We didn't stop running until we reached the parking lot, and the only cars there were ours and an old beat-up pickup truck with no license plates. We didn't waste time. We piled into my car, locked the doors, and sped off without looking back. We reported it to the local police, but they never came back to us. And to this day, I wonder, what would have happened if we hadn't have turned back when we did? I also want to add, please, download your maps. And whatever you do, don't follow unmarked trails. But most importantly, don't trust strangers. Spring in southern Utah or Colorado, sometime in 1999. I was around 6 years old, traveling with my family near Arches National Park. The day had been long, hours of hiking under the desert sun, our legs sore, our bodies tired. As dusk settled in, we pulled into a lonely gas station off the highway. its flickering lights casting long shadows over the cracked pavement. Beside the building, a few warm picnic tables sat beneath a buzzing fluorescent light. Dinner was simple: bread, sliced meat and chips, what my father jokingly called the 7-Eleven special. My parents sat in the car, heads together over a map, trying to chart the next stretch of our trip. My brother, sister and I stayed at the picnic table, picking at the last of our food, when a boy appeared. He must have been around 12 or something, Native American with dark hair, and an expression that was far too serious for his age. None of us had seen him approach. One moment we were alone, and the next he was standing there. He greeted us and asked if he could sit. My sister, always the most social, invited him to join us. He didn't introduce himself or ask our names. Instead, after a short pause, he leaned in slightly and asked, "Have you heard of skinwalkers?" The word sent a chill through me. I was too young to know why, but my brother and sister stiffened. The boy explained in a hushed voice, "They look like people, but they aren't. They change shapes, become animals or old men, and if you let them get too close, they will eat you." His tone was flat and matter-of-fact, not like someone trying to tell a campfire story, but like someone issuing a warning. I swallowed hard. My siblings, usually the first to laugh at anything meant to scare. They stayed quiet. The boy sat with us a moment longer, stood up, and just as suddenly, had walked away again. When we told our parents, my mother brushed it off. He's just trying to spook you." But my father was thoughtful. "The Navajo believe in them," he said. "Witches, tricksters, they take the shapes of animals and people, you know. They say you shouldn't speak their name too often, as it calls to them." My mother swatted his arm, shooting him a look. But the damage was done. That night I slept with a blanket pulled up tight over my head. The next day we were driving along a quiet stretch of road when the car in front of us suddenly slowed to a stop. My father cursed under his breath, thinking it was a breakdown, but then we saw why. They had stopped for a deer standing in the middle of the road. It wasn't moving, just standing there, staring, its ears twitching slightly. We all got out of the car to look. The other family was watching too, murmuring among themselves, but no one approached. Something about the deer felt wrong. I lifted my camera, wanting to take a picture, and I adjusted the lens, focused, and pressed the button. But when I looked through the viewfinder, the road was empty. I pulled the camera away from my face and the deer was still there, frozen in place, its breath visible in the cool morning air. I lifted the camera again, nothing, just the road stretching into the distance. I lowered the camera again, my stomach knotting. The deer blinked, twitched its ears again, and I didn't say anything. I couldn't. My hands felt cold as I lowered the camera to my side, and then the deer stepped off the road and vanished into the brush. The car ahead of us started moving again. My father exhaled, shaking his head, and put our car back in drive. It's been years since that trip, but I never forgot that moment. I've told myself 100 times that I must have imagined it, that I was young, tired, and easily spooked. But even now as an adult, I remember it too clearly. The heavy silence, the unnatural stillness, and the empty road in my camera lens when I knew something was standing right there. About 15 years ago, I lived in Sulphur, Oklahoma. My playground? The Chickasaw National Recreation Area. I loved that park so much. I rode more miles on my bike than anywhere else. I walked nearly every trail and rode nearly every road. Every day I would ride my mountain bike up and down the trails and would be home by nightfall most days. One night, however, I had rode out a bit further than usual. On my way back, I decided to ride the trail from an area known as Buffalo Springs, where they have live buffalo roam, and there is a large spring for everyone to enjoy. As I was riding back, I knew the end of the trail was coming up, and I would have to cross a stone bridge across the creek, then up the road to my home. It was dark at this time, and all I had to use to see was the full moon. I was perhaps a few 100 yards from it when I got a sharp pain in my left thigh. I stopped and looked around to see what just hit me. Then I heard a noise sounding like something hitting the ground hard in front of me. There was a rock about the size of a baseball rolling across the trail. I was confused and started to look up the side of this hill. Just as I turned my head to look, I almost fall off my bike when another rock comes flying down, hitting my front wheel. I finally have my eyes adjusted to look and see someone very tall and dark and covered in hair at the top of the hill, throwing these things at me and screaming. I yelled I had a cell phone and was going to call the cops. I didn't actually have a cell phone at the time. This seemed to piss it off. He started charging down the hill towards me, and I, for obvious reasons, lit up the bike and took off. Just as I crossed the bridge, I heard a huge splashing noise in the creek and saw that a large rock had been thrown. I was in the clear to go home, but was frightened all the way there. I went to the ranger station the next morning and told the ranger. He says, "Oh, so you were attacked by Bigfoot?" I don't know, but something was trying to hurt me out there. "Okay, Justin. If I see Bigfoot, I'll let you know." I said it was fine and left. The very next week I was riding in the daylight, when the park ranger pulled up next to me and asked for me to get in. When I asked why, he said he needed to show me something. We headed to the police department in town, and before we got out the car he turns to me and says, Justin, I have to give you an apology. I'll be honest, I didn't believe you when you told me your story of being attacked. But it's come to my attention that a few people in the same area that same night were attacked in the same way, saying they saw a large hairy thing throwing rocks and sticks and screaming. They called the cops and came out with some other rangers, including me, and then I remembered what you told me. When we arrived and started up the hill, sure enough, we were having rocks and things thrown at us, guns drawn and yelling. 2 officers tackled a man to the ground. He was 6'5", tall, naked, covered in mud, and had long hair and a large beard. He'd actually escaped from the Veterans Center. Apparently he thought he was back in Vietnam and trying to take out the enemy. The ranger told me all these things, and ended with how I was very lucky, because he was in fact trying to end my life. We went inside so that I could give the police my statement. They had to send him to a more secure facility for treatment. And to this day I still get shivers when I hike that trail, and always keep my eyes on the ridgetop. It started as just another afternoon. I had just come home from the gym, eaten, and was about to relax when my friend called and asked if I wanted to go for a ride on my motorcycle. This was something we did often, just driving around, blasting music, enjoying the road, and soaking in the good vibes. The weather was perfect, hot, sunny and clear, so I grabbed my helmet and keys and headed out. At first, we just cruised around, jamming to some music, basking in the heat. Eventually, I started running low on fuel, so we decided to head back. That's when my friend suddenly pointed out a seemingly normal gravel path leading into the forest. We had nothing better to do, so we figured, why not? The trail was steep, steeper than it looked at first. So steep that my friend had to jump off while I powered my bike up the incline. When we finally reached level ground, I decided to ride ahead a bit to see where the trail led. It was mostly a winding gravel path, weaving through thick trees. Then, on the left, I noticed something strange. An opening in the woods with fresh tire tracks leading down another trail. It stood out, but I brushed it off and kept going. And that was when I saw him. About 10 feet ahead, partially obscured by the curve of the road. A man stood next to a car. He hadn't seen me yet, but I had a clear view of him. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing a black cap and a grey zip-up. Something about him felt off. My first thoughts was that we had wandered onto private property, but there were no signs, no fences, nothing to indicate that we weren't supposed to be there. Still, something in my gut told me to turn around. I rode back to my friend who was catching his breath after walking up the steep incline with his heavy helmet. I told him about the guy, And just as we were debating whether to check out the side trail with the tire tracks, we saw something that made our stomach drop. Headlights. The car was coming fast. My friend practically jumped onto the back of the motorcycle and we took off down the hill. As I hit the main road, I glanced in my mirror and the car was still behind us. It turned on the road following us. I felt my pulse spike. The guy was tailing us, matching our speed, closing the distance. I took a sharp turn down a smaller road I had used before, one that led to a bicycle path. When we looked back, the car had stopped, just sitting there watching. Then after what felt like forever, it slowly drove away. Alone in the silence, we laughed it off, trying to shake the unease. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe we had overreacted. Then we looked up the road on Google Earth. At first it seemed normal enough until we found the houses. Old satellite images showed multiple homes along the path, and one in particular stood out. It looked well maintained, with neatly mowed grass and a caravan parked outside. But something was wrong. There was trash everywhere, clothes scattered along the gravel path, debris strewn across the yard. It looked abandoned, yet recently used. Then the real kicker. When I tried to follow the road further on Google Earth, the path abruptly blurred out. The end of the road was completely obscured, like it had been intentionally erased. I couldn't let it go. So we went back. We weren't planning to go so soon, but curiosity got the best of us. This time we brought another friend and took a car instead of the motorcycle, and I wish we hadn't. The road felt different. Paths that should have been familiar looked off. But the biggest shock? There was a cabin there now. It hadn't been there before. I was absolutely certain of that. We had looked at that exact spot last time and there had been nothing but trees. But this cabin looked old, weathered, like it had been there for decades, yet somehow still maintained. Then we found a roadblock, a fresh one. Someone had put up a barrier blocking the final stretch of the trail. We had to leave the car behind and walk the rest of the way. The closer we got to the end of the trail, the worse the feeling got. I kept glancing over my shoulder, the sense of being watched growing unbearable. Finally, we saw it. A nondescript building surrounded by a massive fence. Next to it, a camouflage radar mast loomed over the treetops, and then we saw the sign. A Defense Department warning, explicitly stating that taking photos was illegal. I wasn't about to mess with that. We noped out of there immediately and made our way back to the roadblock. Before leaving, we decided to check the mysterious cabin. My friend went up to the window, and I stayed back, an awful feeling coiling in my guts. He only looked inside for a second before his body went rigid, then he ran. I didn't ask questions, I just ran after him and we jumped in the car, and as I sped away, I finally got him to speak. "The inside was staged," he said. "Like, too perfect, too clean, it looked fake." Then he told me the creepiest part. There had been a steaming cup of coffee sitting on the table inside. Someone had just been there, and they were watching us. I've been analyzing the Google Earth images and something's seriously wrong. One of the houses, the one with the caravan and the mowed lawn, it's gone. The other two houses are still there, but this one's been wiped off the map as if it never existed. But I know I saw it, and it wasn't abandoned. I don't know what's happening out there, but it's seriously messed up. Last summer, we were camping at Watkins Glen State Park in upstate New York. It was a beautiful day, warm, clear, perfect for a hike. When we got back to our campsite, we noticed a car pulling a brand new teardrop trailer, struggling to back it into the site. Not unusual. Honestly, I've had my fair share of trouble with that too. The last thing I'd want in that situation is a bunch of strangers offering helpful advice, so we left them. 45 minutes later, everything had changed. I took our dog for a walk, and as I neared that part of the campground, I saw flashing lights and a crowd of people, police and fire trucks. Something bad had happened. I wasn't one to gawk, so I turned around. That's when another camper, a woman I didn't know, approached me. "Did you hear what happened?" she asked. Before I could answer, she launched into it. It had been their first trip with the camper, 3 generations of a family. grandmother, mother, and young daughter, out for what was supposed to be a fun weekend. But the site they'd chosen had a steep, aggressive grade, sloping down to a lower flat area, and they made a devastating mistake. They unhitched the trailer on the incline without positioning it perpendicular to the slope. Worse yet, they forgot to choke the wheels. Gravity took over instantly. The teardrop lurched backwards, gaining momentum fast. In a panic, the grandmother tried to stop it, but a 1,000-pound trailer doesn't stop for a person. It knocked her down like she was nothing, dragging her along with it as it barreled downhill. The trailer didn't stop until it smashed into the tree line below. But by then the damage was done. By the time the first responders arrived, the grandmother was in bad shape. I later learned she had multiple broken bones and internal injuries. They stabilized her at a local hospital but had to airlift her to a large trauma center. After the scene cleared, I looped back around. The campsite was roped off, 2 park rangers standing near their vehicles watching over what was left behind. Days later, the teardrop trailer was still sitting there, untouched, wedged in the trees like a silent wreck. Let this be a warning to everyone. Always choke your wheels. This is a story my friend once shared with me. I'm not sure if I fully believe it, but these kind of stories are disturbingly common in Mexico. I'll let you decide. When my friend was a child, he had an experience that still haunts him to this very day. His uncles worked as drivers for a bus route that traveled from Toluca to the state of Mexico, to the town of Malinalco. Every summer, my friend and his siblings would ride one of those buses to spend their vacation with their grandparents in Malinalco. One summer evening, they boarded a bus that was driven by one of his uncles. The bus quickly filled with passengers, some of which had to stand because there was no room left to sit. As night fell, the road grew darker, and the only light came from the cold glow of the moon, barely cutting through the dense darkness of the surrounding cliffs. The atmosphere felt heavy, and the silence was eerie, broken only by the tires crunching over the road. It was then, somewhere along the highway, that they saw them. 2 women, standing by the roadside, waving for the bus to stop. What struck everyone immediately was their long, jet-black hair, which almost touched the ground. Their faces were unsettlingly pale, but it was the way they moved, almost unnaturally slow, that chilled my friend to the core. Part of their heads were covered with the traditional rebozo, a shawl-like garment worn by women in rural Mexico. But even in the dim light, something felt wrong. As the bus slowed and they climbed aboard, the mood in the bus shifted. The air grew heavier. The women did not sit. Instead, they glided towards the front of the bus where a young mother sat holding her baby. Without any warning, the 2 women lunged at her, reaching out with long claw-like fingers, attempting to pry the baby from her arms. The mother screamed, clutching the baby tightly to her chest, but one of the women managed to scratch her across the arm and face in the struggle. The passenger began to yell in panic, and the baby's cries filled the bus. The whole scene erupted in chaos. But before anyone could intervene, the 2 women suddenly pulled back, their eyes wide with fury. With a twisted and almost unnatural speed, they leapt off the bus, disappearing into the night. The bus was silent for a moment, everyone too shocked to speak. Then the unthinkable happened. The passengers stared in disbelief as right before their eyes, the 2 women transformed. It was grotesque, like something out of a nightmare. They didn't disappear into the night. Their bodies morphed, shifting in front of everyone, limbs growing thicker, spines contorting as they fell to the ground. And then they were no longer women. They had become mares, massive dark horses with wild eyes, their bodies rippling with unnatural strength. They bolted into the wilderness, vanishing into the night like some kind of shadowy creatures. The entire bus was frozen in fear. The passengers were too terrified to speak, too stunned by what they had just witnessed. The transformation was so real, so horrifying that it left an indelible scar on their minds. My friend still remembers the look of terror in the mother's eyes clutching her baby in the chaos, and the horrifying sight of those women turning into those creatures, or nahuales, as they call them in Mexico. Over the years, my friend and his family have heard countless similar stories, others along the highway of people turning into animals, often taking the form of large menacing creatures. There is no logical explanation for these occurrences, but the word nahuales has become synonymous with these dark beings, shapeshifters that walk among us in disguise. To this day, my friend cannot drive through the more remote parts of the highway without feeling that cold, suffocating feeling in the air. He doesn't know if he believes in the nahuales, but the memory of that night has stayed with him and haunted him ever since. A few years ago, my girlfriend Ava and I, both seasoned hikers, decided to take on a more remote stretch of the Appalachian Trail. We'd done parts of it before, mostly crowded sections up north, but we craved solitude, and we found it in the Mount Rogers National Recreation Area, near the Tennessee border. The plan was simple: 4 nights through dense forest and steep ridges, with the final day ending in Damascus. We left in early October, right as the leaves were turning gold. There was a chill in the air, and we parked the car in a small gravel lot off White Top Road and began to hike with high spirits and overstuffed packs. For the first few days, we didn't see anyone. Just deer crashing through the underbrush and crows in the canopy, croaking like they were laughing at something we couldn't see. There was a strange beauty in the silence. On the 3rd night, we set up camp in a shallow hollow a few 100 feet off the trail. Ava found it, a little cozy dip between the trees, barely visible from any direction. We liked that. It felt nice, safe, and hidden. That night the fire was low, just glowing embers, and we were tucked into our sleeping bags inside the tent, when I felt her hand on my shoulder. "Wake up," she whispered urgently. "Something's outside." I froze. The woods were still. There was no wind, no owls, no crickets. Just tense silence. Then I heard a slow drag along the nylon wall of our tent. Ava grabbed my arm. "It sounded like a knife earlier, like they were testing the fabric." My pulse was pounding so loud I could barely hear. I fumbled for the Judge revolver I kept in my pack, loaded with .410 shells. I didn't unzip the tent. I sat there frozen and listening. And then a snap, crunch, and another snap. Deliberate, slow footsteps. I unzipped the tent, just enough to slip out and scan the darkness. The moon was buried behind clouds, but I caught a glimpse of movement, low to the ground just beyond the tree line. I flicked on the flashlight, its harsh white beam cutting across the forest, but there was nothing. I stepped forwards, leaves crunching beneath me. Then to my right, a crack. I spun towards it, flashlight trembling in my grip. A dark shape darted between trees. Then, back to my left, another sound. Someone or something was messing with me. I shouted into the woods, "I'm armed. Come near me and I swear to God I'll shoot." But nothing answered. I stood guard until dawn, watching the shadows shift like breathing things. When daylight finally returned, I walked to the perimeter and found what I was dreading. A partial boot print in the soft loam, larger than mine, sunk heavy. Whoever left it had been close and watching. We broke camp quickly and hiked fast. No breaks, no talking. The woods felt different now, tense like they were waiting. That night I found a spot near a cliff with a natural stone overhang. We tucked the tent against the rock wall, thinking nothing could sneak up from behind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Every gust of wind, every snapping twig, sent a chill down my spine. I gave Ava the 1911. Keep it close, don't hesitate. Aim for the chest. She nodded, her face pale and drawn. I don't think either of us truly believed we were safe. Hours passed. I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion finally won. And I don't know how long I was out before I heard movement, rustling soft and careful, and the sound of something being dragged. I sat up, gun in hand, and Ava stirred for a moment. Against the thin fabric of the tent, I saw it. Maybe 5'8", head tilted, unmoving, as if listening to us breathe. I yelled at them to get the hell out of there and that I was armed. Whoever it was bolted crashing through the underbrush. I burst from the tent. Our gear was torn apart, food and clothes scattered. Someone had been rummaging through it with purpose. I followed the trail down to the nearby creek, and that's when I saw 4 of them. Flickering orange lights, held by figures on the far side of the creek, barely visible through the trees. None of them moved. They just watched. I backed away, heart hammering, and sprinted back to Ava. We're leaving. Now. We left everything behind except our pack and weapons. No tent, no stove, just survival gear. As we moved back towards the trail in the dead of night, the forest around us came alive with sound. Branches snapping, voices low and unintelligible, not whispers, chanting perhaps. I don't know. But the noise made my skin crawl. Hours later, as dawn began bleeding through the trees, we came to a sharp bend. I turned around instinctively and he was there, one of them, standing right in the middle of the trail. Just a dark outline against the grey-blue sky. I raised the gun and shouted, "Who are you?" He just turned and walked back into the trees. We didn't stop moving until we hit the edge of Damascus. I don't remember the last few miles. We were running on panic and fumes. I never found out who those people were or what they wanted. But there's something in those woods. It's not just animals or backwoods squatters. It's worse. And I will never go back. My fiancé and I had just moved into a small cabin at the base of a mountain surrounded by dense woods. It was our first night there. No furniture yet, just an air mattress on the floor. The nearest neighbors were a ways down the road, too far to hear or see from our place. It felt remote. I was setting up the air mattress while my fiancé was in the shower when suddenly the air around me changed. A heavy electrical charge filled the room, like static before a lightning strike, prickling my skin, raising the hairs on my arms. Before I could even react, the air mattress collapsed in on itself, the edges suctioned to the floor, while the center lifted, bowing up unnaturally. I just stood there frozen, my brain struggling to process what I was seeing. Then I felt something. I turned to my right. In the doorway, hovering at head height, was a volleyball-sized orb of blue light. It wasn't just a solid glow, it moved, shifting, swirling, almost like cells dividing under a microscope. The room felt thick, like the very air was pressing down on me. It was completely silent. I don't know how long I stared, maybe 5 seconds, maybe minutes, but suddenly the orb shot towards me. I dove out of the way, hitting the air mattress just as the orb passed inches from my head, and without breaking speed it blasted through the closed window and disappeared into the woods. I lay there, heart hammering, staring at the now intact glass. There was no hole, no crack. It was like the orb had never been there. I was so shaken I couldn't bring myself to tell my fiancé that night. I sat there replaying it over and over in my head. Even now, my hands are shaking. Every night from the woods just east of our cabin, we would hear these horrible, gut-wrenching screams. They weren't animal sounds, they sounded human, but twisted and distorted. I finally worked up the nerve to ask a guy who lived down the road if he had ever heard them. He just shrugged and said, "Oh yeah, probably that homeless woman who lives down there. She's off her meds." His casual response unsettled me even more. Why was a supposed homeless woman screaming like that every night? And if it was her, why hadn't anyone done anything about it? Despite the weirdness, I tried to settle into life at the cabin. I used to go panning for gold in my spare time, and we had a creek just 50 steps from our front door. One of the few things I truly enjoyed about the place. One afternoon I was down by the water just off to the side of a small bridge sifting through the sand, and that's when an old truck pulled up. The driver, a man in his late 50s or 60s, withered and serious, rolled down his window and called out, "You got a gun on ya?" I blinked, caught off guard. No, but I have bear spray." His expression didn't change. "It's not the bears and cougars you need to be afraid of in these woods." And then he just left and drove off. I stood there watching his taillights disappear, a cold feeling creeping into my stomach. Years later, a friend introduced me to a podcast about the paranormal, mostly stories about Bigfoot and other strange phenomena. I almost didn't believe what I was hearing. Dozens of people still described the exact orb I'd seen that night. I'd always thought the idea of a Sasquatch was a joke, just dumb folklore. But now, I don't know what to think anymore. We sold the property a few years later, and I still wonder who or what is out there. One time there was a group of campers across from us at another site, probably in the late 20s. They were drinking late into the night, which normally wouldn't be an issue at a Corps of Engineers park. But one guy, an obnoxious, wasted idiot, had this habit. Every time he took a shot, he would let out this loud, guttural scream. Not a normal drunken yell, not a woo-hoo of celebration. Something unhinged. A high-pitched, blood-curdling shriek that shattered the silence of the woods. And he wouldn't stop. By 2 a.m. the patience of the entire campground had worn thin. Finally, someone pulled up in a gator, probably a park ranger, and told them to shut it down. His friends, clearly exhausted by him at this point, were pleading with him. "Dude, stop drinking, no more shots, man. For the love of God, stop screaming." It actually got quiet for a while. 10 to 15 minutes of blissful, eerie silence. Then from inside my tent, I saw headlights cut across the fabric and heard a car start up. I figured someone had finally dragged his drunk ass home before he ruined the entire weekend for everyone. And just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, I saw the flash. Even with my eyes closed, a massive, blinding blue-white explosion, lighting up the entire inside of my tent like a bolt of lightning that had struck right on top of us. A fraction of a second later, the sound hit. A deep, earth-rattling boom. Did a bomb go off? My brain asked. Then I remembered. The substation. There was a power substation just down the road, and someone had just hit it. I didn't need to see it to know. That drunk moron had plowed right into it. The entire campground fell into stunned, electrified silence. No more laughing, no more screaming, just a long, breathless pause as people crawled out of their tents and campers trying to process what had just happened. I'd like to say I felt bad for the guy, but honestly, that jackass had done his stupid scream at least 15 times after 1 a.m. Maybe the universe had just hit the mute button. I never did find out what happened to him. When I was around 15, my friends and I decided to visit all the haunted places around Basin. It was nearing Halloween, and as tradition demanded, we were all trying to scare each other. We started with the Haunted Woods, a comical attraction rather than an actual forest. Then we visited an abandoned hotel near the Ute Reservation. Nothing happened there. We were just messing around and having fun. The driver then said we were going to Skinwalker Ranch. I'd never heard of it, but I knew plenty of stories about them. My initial curiosity faded quickly as we drove down the hill behind the property. A suffocating dread settled over me, thick and heavy, and the car grew eerily silent as if we all felt it. I don't think we have to go, I said softly. Oh, we're going, the driver declared. No moon tonight and no flashlights allowed. I'll just stay in the truck then. I have a really bad feeling, I muttered. You ain't staying. Get out. Reluctantly, I stepped out. My best friend's face was pale, her wide eyes mirroring my own fear. We shouldn't be here. The driver led us to a dilapidated fence, unhooked the loop of wire securing a small gate, and laid it on the ground. A narrow, overgrown two-track road stretched into the darkness, and we followed him up it. The dread intensified with each step, but a primal fear kept me from running back. I was certain that if I broke away from the group, something would seize me from within the shadows. We weren't joking anymore. I kept my eyes down, focused on my feet, but each time I glanced to the side, I swore I saw something dark and massive move in the tall grass. Must have been a cow. But it never moved. It was always in the same spot, keeping pace with us. Finally, the driver stopped. We're almost at the homestead. Stay quiet in case the owners are about. Just as he turned to continue, a growl rumbled from the darkness. He froze. He was no longer our fearless leader. His voice wavered as he whispered, "We need to go now." We retracted our steps in tense silence until someone in the group announced that they had to use the restroom. We stopped by a small stream at the southern edge of the property, and I was smoking and chatting with a friend, relieved to be leaving. And then we both looked down. A dark figure was emerging from the water, not a cow, not a coyote, but a grotesquely tall and unnaturally thin man. We screamed, pure terror gripping us as we bolted back to the road. The rest of the group, sensing our panic, followed, but no one stopped running until we reached the truck. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. Months later, the fear had dulled, and I convinced myself that the dark shapes had been cows and that the dark rushing water must have played a trick on my eyes. Well, one evening, my best friend and I were parked near my house, smoking and chatting. The town park was visible in the distance, illuminated by scattered streetlights. "Oh look, a deer," my friend said suddenly. I spotted a pair of glowing eyes at the far end of the park. "Yep, I see it." The deer moved closer, but something was wrong. I couldn't make out any features. It always stayed just beyond the reach of the lights. Then it reached the park's massive metal jungle gym and stood up. The eyes we had been watching now aligned with the platform, 10 feet high, and it walked on two legs. That's what was so utterly disturbing. Those thin-ass deer legs holding the body perfectly. The angles, the shape, the gait, it was all just wrong, and panic set in. That's not a deer. We watched in horror as the impossibly tall creature crossed the park. Then my friend and I, against all reason, locked the doors and drove toward it. Just before we reached the park, the thing crossed the street and disappeared into the neighborhood. More months passed, but the unease lingered. Then one night at my friend's house, deep in farmland surrounded by empty pastures, I swear we saw it again. We had just finished a movie and stepped onto her porch to smoke before I left. Mid-sentence, she suddenly stopped talking, eyes widening in terror, and I turned to see two glowing red eyes beyond the fence hovering in the darkness. "The hell is that?" "I don't know," she barely breathed. For 30 agonizing seconds, the eyes remained fixed on us. Then they blinked and turned left, vanishing. We bolted inside and didn't leave for another 45 minutes. If my car hadn't already been running, I wouldn't have left at all. Years later, I recounted my experiences to a Ute tribal member that I worked with, and her response still haunts me. "It's not what's on the ranch that you should be afraid of. It's what follows you when you leave." I'm convinced that something attached itself to us that night at Skinwalker Ranch. It never wanted us there, and it made sure we never went back. And I, for one, never will. This happened a few years ago in early April. I had planned a 2-day solo canoe trip down the Current River in Missouri. If you've never been, it's a spring-fed river winding through thick woods and limestone cliffs. Absolutely gorgeous and peaceful. It cuts through a valley with a massive rain basin, something I didn't fully appreciate until it was too late. I knew it was going to rain. The forecast called for steady showers, but I'd paddled in worse. I figured the water might rise a foot or two, maybe 3 at most, nothing I hadn't dealt with before. It started drizzling in the morning and I pushed off. The river was calm, the trees just starting to leaf out, and I had the whole place to myself. By evening the drizzle had turned into real rain, relentless, cold and soaking. It never let up. By the second night I was exhausted and wet to the bone. I pitched my tent on a gravel bar that stood 6 feet above the waterline, a perfect little spot. I ate something cold from a can and crawled into my sleeping bag and passed out to the sound of rain drumming on tent. But about 4 a.m. I woke up. Something felt wrong. At first I thought I was dreaming, but then I realized the ground beneath me was moving. The floor of my tent was undulating like a waterbed. I slapped on my headlamp and unzipped the flap. The entire gravel bar was submerged. What had been 6 feet above the river was now a tiny 3-inch island and shrinking. The Current River had swollen overnight into something unrecognizable, brown, fast, and roaring like a freight train in the dark. The trees along the bank were knee-deep in water, and my gear was floating inside the tent. I scrambled to drag everything, what I could carry, into the canoe, and paddled to the highest patch of ground I could find, a narrow ridge barely above the flood. I spent the next hour in the half-light trying to boil coffee on a camp stove balanced inside the canoe. I was cold, shaking, soaked, but still too groggy to understand how bad it had gotten. Then the sun came up, and that's when the real fear set in. A noise that was low and steady began building downstream, something like a distant avalanche. I looked up and saw it. A cluster of 4 fully grown trees, roots, trunks, everything, were floating towards me. Not logs, but whole trees bobbing in the water like toothpicks carried by a flood current. Behind them, the gravel bar I'd slept on was being churned up and sucked under, stones rolling like coins in a blender. It was all in slow motion and I had nowhere to go. Just me in a canoe, cornered between a ridge and a death trap made of bark and root. One of the trees spun, turning sideways, coming right for me. The river was going to crush me like an insect. And then, by nothing short of a miracle, another tree struck it first. The two collided, and the second tree caught the first on its tangled roots, redirecting it just enough that it rotated away from me. If it hadn't, I wouldn't be here sharing this story with you. I don't know if it was luck or the river showing mercy, but I sat in that canoe for another hour, shaking, watching the water consume everything I'd stood on the night before. When people talk about nature being beautiful, they forget you can turn savage without warning. The river doesn't care if you checked the weather. It doesn't care if you're an experienced camper or just looking for peace. When it wants to take, it takes everything. And if you're lucky, it leaves you with just enough to paddle away. I've always loved the woods. There's just something special about the way that it can make you feel multiple opposite things at once. These seemingly endless rows of carbon copy-looking trunks stretching out in front of you as far as the eye can see, where they all look the same, but you know, for a fact, that each of them is something different. The way the thick canopy of leaves above you manages to simultaneously block out the light and leave you alone in this shrouded, secret space. When I was younger, these were places where we existed. This was where we spent all of our time. It never really mattered, as long as we managed to get back home by the time dinner was on the table. For the rest of the day, our time was our own, and I can tell you right now that it led to some of the most memorable moments of my life. But there is one of them that sticks in my mind. Even now, decades later, there is only one day that I can recall as vividly as if it were yesterday. When it came to the woods around where we all lived, there probably wasn't an inch of it that we hadn't seen. We must have covered acres of the land around our houses. None of us really knew quite how much land any of these woods covered. It wasn't the sort of thing you knew about or asked when you were young. You just head off together in a group, and you go where the day takes you. There were landmarks, sure, and we all knew the big redwood stump that meant we were 5 minutes from home. The clearing meant we were 10 minutes away, the old run-down shack that said we were 20 minutes away. None of us had ever written it down or made a list of it. This is just what we came to know through long experience. So on this specific day, a lot of us were trekking out deep into the woods. No one had said what the plan was, or that we were meant to go specifically far. It just seemed to happen organically. We passed all the usual milestones and waypoints, laughing, joking, taking our time and steaming ahead somehow at the same time. The trees kept passing, and nothing ever seemed different until we came to a clearing. All of us stopped dead. Our laughter, our shouting, and our speaking all stopped dead in unison. There was something off. For one thing, none of us seemed to recognize it. The wall of trees just seemed to disappear all of a sudden, and there was this perfect square in front of us. The main thing that we were drawn to was this cabin standing in the middle of the clearing that none of us had ever seen before. It was just a simple log cabin, the same sort of shack we'd seen millions of times, but this one looked like it'd been burnt badly, almost to the ground really. It might just be our memory adding stuff, but I swear I could almost smell the smoke in the air and see the charcoal setting. We approach it in silence, closing the distance across the clearing. The door, or what was left of it, hangs sadly sagging to the side. We approach it as a group, no one brave enough to go there alone, but no one willing to hang back. The door half broken, sagging from its hinges, the porch creaked beneath our feet. Something about this place screamed at me to run. Every instinct told me to leave. But none of us did. I kicked the door and it collapsed inwards, crumbling like paper. "Hello?" My voice sounded steadier than I felt. No answer, just the thick, suffocating scent of burnt wood. Inside, everything was blackened. Bookshelf, fireplace, a rocking chair, with its back half gone. And then we heard it. A thump. We all turned, scanning the room, but there was nothing. And then another thump. This time we looked at each other. No one was laughing. Then the third one came, and we saw it. A trap door in the floor. A perfect square cut into the boards with a rusted padlock on one side and old hinges on the other. And it was moving. The whole thing lifted slightly, dust and ash puffing in the air. The lock stretched. Then another hit. Harder. We were rooted in place, eyes locked on the trap door. It wasn't just shifting anymore, it was bending. Something underneath it was trying to get out. Then for the briefest second I saw it. A single mad eye staring up through the crack. I don't remember running, but suddenly I was sprinting. I heard my friends ahead and behind me, feet slamming against the dirt. But I felt something else. Something was chasing us. Despite the fact that I'd never outrun any of my friends in my life, the sound or maybe the thought of teeth and the eyes behind me spurred me on. I passed every single one of them. When we finally all reached the abandoned redwood stump, we stopped. Every one of us put our hands on our knees and took a full 2 minutes to catch our breath. No one wanted to be the first admitting they were scared. We all looked at each other knowing that something different was going on there, and we walked back home that evening. None of us laughed. None of us made any comments. And none of us ever mentioned it again. We went back out to play the next day, but there was an unspoken rule that we never went that far into the woods, and it was never broken. Maybe sometimes you're better off not knowing. Even now, looking back at it with the eyes of an adult, I can't make sense of it. Now and then I think about it and wonder what was trying to escape, and how close it was to making it out. And that thought makes me shudder. I don't even know where to start with this, but I'm going to tell you something that happened one night during a camping trip, and I still can't explain it. A few friends and I decided to go camping in the woods. You know how we love finding those remote spots where no one else is around? We are the outdoorsy kind. Well, we set up our tents, built a fire, and just chilled, sharing stories, laughing, and enjoying the peace and quiet. The plan was simple: relax, stargaze, and maybe spot some wildlife if we're lucky. Everything was going great. You could hear the crickets, the crackling fire, the wind rustling the leaves. It was that perfect camping vibe. Until suddenly, we all heard a scream. Really, it was the creepiest scream I've ever heard. It sounded like a woman, but there was something off about it, like it was distorted or unnatural. It wasn't a cougar, I'm sure. We all froze, just staring at each other. Nobody wanted to admit they were scared, but you could see it in everyone's eyes. And then came the footsteps. They were heavy, like from a large animal, but there was something weird about the way they sounded. It was like whatever it was had a limp or didn't walk quite right. One of my friends joked nervously that it was probably just a bear, but even he didn't sound convinced. We all gathered closer to the fire, trying to convince ourselves it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. I grabbed the flashlight and scanned the trees. At first I didn't see anything, just shadows and branches swaying in the wind. But then I saw it. It was a tail, long and thin with scraggly, dirty fur. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I kept the flashlight steady, and that's when I saw more of it. Something was moving between the trees. I couldn't make out the whole shape, but I saw a leg, or something like a leg. It didn't look entirely animal-like, though. It was like a twisted version of a human leg, deformed and unnatural. We all went silent. The thing moved closer to the edge of the campsite, and that's when I realized it wasn't making any noise except for its breathing. Heavy, raspy breathing, almost like a low growl, but steady and slow. No one dared move. We just sat there staring into the dark, clutching whatever we had for protection. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. The thing just paced back and forth at the edge of the light, like it was searching for something. Finally, after what felt like hours, it left, just like that. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. As soon as it was light enough to see, we packed up as fast as we could. Before leaving, I checked the ground where it had been pacing, and that's when I saw the tracks. There were claw marks, huge ones like from a large animal, but right next to them were prints that looked almost human. Almost. They were deformed, like someone had tried to shape a human foot, but got it all wrong. Since that night, I can't get the scream out of my head. I've obsessively compared it to cougars and wildlife sounds, and it wasn't any of those. Even now, when I'm home alone at night, sometimes I think I hear it in the distance. I don't know what it was, and honestly, I don't want to know. All I know is that none of us slept that night, and every time I think about it, I still get chills. There is a particular stretch of road on the outskirts of my hometown, a connection between the highway and another main road. Locals believe it's haunted. Accidents are unnervingly common here, and almost all occurring between 2 and 4 a.m. The first time I heard about it, when tragedy struck, was my uncle's close friend. He, his 8-year-old son, and 3 other relatives were traveling along that road at around 3 a.m. when their car inexplicably turned over. The driver and my uncle's friend sustained minor injuries, but the boy fell into a coma for a week. Though he recovered, he still suffers from debilitating headaches and sudden blackouts. The other 2 passengers were not so fortunate. They perished on the spot. Later, the driver recounted that he had seen a shadowy figure standing in the middle of the road. As he swerved to avoid it, the air around them turned foggy, and in an instant they lost control. I've heard other eerie accounts from people who have traveled this road. Many describe seeing figures standing motionless in the middle of the lane. Fortunately, most escaped without harm, but their experiences left them shaken. A family friend had a chillingly different encounter. Riding his bike past 2 a.m., he noticed what appeared to be a massive pig in the middle of the road. Swerving to avoid it, he crashed a few feet ahead, and as he turned to look back, the creature was still there, standing under the dim streetlight staring at him. His large eyes bore into him and filled with something almost human. Time seemed to freeze until his senses returned, and he fled without a second glance. The most recent incident happened just a month ago. A friend of mine was driving home with her parents at around 3:30 a.m. when, without warning, a figure darted onto the road. She slammed on the brakes, tires screeching, as the acrid smell of burnt rubber filled the air. Her father immediately got out to check, but there was nothing. No person, no footprints, nothing. And yet he had seen to it. Stepping out to inspect the tires, my friend was suddenly overcome by an eerie sensation. It felt as if something was watching them, an unseen presence looming nearby. Though logic told her to leave, an inexplicable force kept her rooted to the spot. She and her father stood there locked in a trance, staring into the darkness ahead. Then her mother, still in the back seat, screamed at them to return to the car. That broke the spell. She grabbed her father and rushed back into the car. When they finally reached home, her mother revealed something even more unsettling. Though she hadn't seen anyone on the road, she had glimpsed a pair of eyes watching them from the bushes behind the car, and she was certain they weren't alone. I've never experienced anything on that road, perhaps because I've never dared to travel it between 2 and 4 a.m. I don't know if it's something sinister that lurks there, just a trick of the mind or bad luck. But even my mother's co-worker had a terrifying accident on that stretch of road, and they swore that they had seen something they can't quite explain blocking their path. Thankfully, an alternative route is now available, and most people avoid the haunted road. But still, accidents continue to occur, even though the road has no sharp turns or treacherous curves. Perhaps there is something that haunts those woods after all. I was young when it happened, 15, but in many ways still a child. I've always been a little bit paranoid, maybe too aware of how fragile safety really is. The morning before school, I'd said something stupid, something I couldn't take back. I told Sam, my best friend and part-time tormentor, that I was going to walk home through the woods. She had teased me earlier, rolling her eyes and calling me scared of everything. The words were light on her tongue, but they burned in my mind, and I wanted to prove I could be a brave girl, just once. The woods weren't even that bad. They cut a quiet line behind our school and led almost directly to my backyard, after a maybe 15-minute walk. So after the final bell rang, I shouldered my backpack and stepped off the sidewalk into the tree line. The first few minutes were fine. The path was narrow and tangled in roots and crumbling leaves that gave way with every footfall. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. No cars, no students, just the brittle breath of the forest pressing in around me. And then suddenly I realized I couldn't see the school anymore. I was swallowed by this rising panic and kept going, trying to laugh to myself. "You're fine, Maggie. It's just the woods." I picked up my pace, careful not to trip over the mess of sticks and rocks littering the trail. And that's when I heard a sound, a low, wet moan. I froze mid-step. My first thought, embarrassingly, was Sam. Maybe she'd followed me to try and mess with me. That was so like her. I rolled my eyes and called out, trying to be brave. "I'm not scared of you, Sam." I stepped around 2 large rotting logs, ready to catch her crouching behind them, with that dumb grin of hers. But it wasn't Sam. It was a man. A man I didn't know. Filthy and disheveled, crouched low against the wood with his jeans around his ankles and one hand pumping between his legs. His face was smeared with dirt, beard patchy and wild, and clothes hanging off him like rags. He looked up at me with bloodshot eyes and grinned. Then he moaned my name. Maggie. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. My body betrayed me. It locked me in place while my brain screamed to run. I stood there like a broken statue staring at him. He smiled wider, teeth yellow and wet, like he could see straight into my soul. And then I ran, crushing through the underbrush, stumbling, falling and scrambling back. The world a smear of green and brown. A scream tore through the trees, raw and primal. And behind me I heard him scream my name again. I didn't look back. I burst out of the trees and into my yard, lungs burning, legs shaking, and I ran straight into the house, slammed the door behind me and locked it, and threw myself into my room. I didn't tell my parents. I was too scared and too ashamed. Ashamed that I froze. Ashamed that I didn't fight. Ashamed that in some twisted way that it happened to me at all. So, when my mum knocked and my dad asked what was wrong, I said nothing. I stayed locked in my room all evening, curled up on my bed, trying to forget what I saw, trying to make sense of the fact that a man I had never met knew my name. Eventually, somehow, I fell asleep. And it was just before midnight when I woke again. A sound dragged me back to consciousness, a low grunt. At first, I thought I was simply dreaming, but then I heard it again. He was at my window. His filthy face was framed in the opening of my window, which he had slid open. He wasn't inside, not yet, just leaning in, arms resting on the sills. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. My limbs were locked in ice. You make me so hard, baby. The words broke something in me. I started sobbing violently, gasping for air. Still, I couldn't get my body to move. My BB gun was right there on the floor beside my bed, but it might as well have been a mile away. He laughed, soft and breathy, like this was all some kind of joke to him. Please go away. I finally choked out. He mimicked me in a shrill, mocking voice. Please go away. And then laughed again. And then he began climbing in. I jolted my body back to life. I screamed. And he flinched, lost his grip, and fell backwards out the window. I heard him crash into the bushes, then saw him bolt across the yard and disappear into the dark. My parents burst into my room. I was still screaming and pointing wildly at the open window, screaming that there was a man inside. My dad didn't hesitate. He limped straight through the window after him, yelling into the night. But it was too late. The man was gone. Police were called, and when they arrived, they searched the area. That's when they found the nest. He had been living in the storage loft above our garage. Blankets, wrappers, even a few empty bottles. A human predator, hiding just yards away from where I'd slept. After that night, he never came back. The police never caught him, but I've never felt safe again. 2 years have passed, but I still check the locks. I still keep my windows shut no matter how hot it gets. I still jump at shadows and panic when I hear noises at night. I've never set foot in the woods since, and I never will. My theory? I think he heard me and Sam talking that morning. Heard her teasing me. Heard me say I'd walk through the woods. We passed by the garage on our way to her car. He must have been in the loft then, just listening. I think he went into the woods that afternoon knowing I'd be there, and I think he was waiting for me. I've never felt more wrong in my own skin. I still don't understand why it happened, but I know this fear isn't irrational. Sometimes it's the only thing that keeps you alive. This was an experience I had alongside my BFF in high school. It was around 2006 in rural upstate New York. We met in 3rd grade and are still friends to this day. We're about 27 now. Let me give you some background info. My friend B and I became instant friends when we met in 3rd grade. and were inseparable. We frequented each other's homes so much, her mum set up her guest room as my room. I had toys, clothes, pictures, everything I needed there. I was family. Pictures of B and I hung on the walls of the home owned by her very proud mother, Shelley. Shelley always wanted 2 daughters, and loved me so much that she considered me her second daughter. Now on to the meat of the story. This incident took place when B and I were sophomores in high school. Her mother was divorced and had dated a few men, meeting some off sites like eHarmony. She had been speaking to a man for a few weeks, gushing about how manly and charming he was. She was really excited, and always showed us their profiles before she decided to go on actual dates with one of these men. She always would say, "I need my daughter's stamp of approval." One night she called us to her room and showed us this man she had been talking about. His profile was simple, as one would imagine for a middle-aged man in 2007 on eHarmony. The headline read, "Looking for a strong mother." I made a joke about his odd placement for caps and just how strange a way to start out. But we moved forward. It told of his metalwork background, his love of cold steel, and his work in a foundry that kept his icy heart just warm enough. I was honest and told her it sounded off, but he was handsome, sporting black, well-groomed hair, a beard, strong jaw, and ice blue eyes, and a relatively fit body for a 40-year-old something male. I did stress on the weird vibe though. Then B joked how Shelley always picked out the antisocial ones, and we laughed knowing this wasn't wrong. Shelley brought some weird stories home, but what do you expect meeting men online? We told her to go for it, and they planned on dinner. It was a haul for him, about a 2-hour drive. He was driving to our location, where they would take one car into town. B and I helped Shelley pick out her outfit, helped her with her hair and makeup, and then went back upstairs so she could have some time to herself before the long night. We headed up the stairs where B and I were painting a wall in her room, just listening to music and cutting up. He just let himself in the house like no big deal, and came in the house without saying a word, no knocking, no doorbell. The dogs didn't bark, nothing. So we got spooked, jumped and screamed and nearly crapped our pants when we heard a man start talking behind us. We didn't know how long he'd been in the house. We don't know how long he stood behind us without speaking. Well, I didn't know I was getting a 2-for-1 deal, he said quietly in a gravelly low voice. He chuckled as we stood there in shock of the stranger in the room. He sauntered over to us like a man on a Sunday walk. The smell of cigarettes filled the room, as if Rod Sterling himself was standing in the corner explaining our situation to the audience of our own personal episode of The Twilight Zone. Right then I noticed how much this guy looked like the guy in the pictures Shelley showed us, except he had salt and pepper, not jet black hair, and his eyes were not ice blue, but black, not brown, black. It looked like this guy was 100% pupil. "Are you—" I was interrupted by Shelley shouting. "Who got hurt?" She must have thought we were horsing around and one of us got hurt. This was normal for us because we goofed around a lot. She was jolted at the sight of the man blocking her from us. He turned around just as soon as she reached the top of the stairs and held his arm out and said, in a way less low tone than he used earlier, "Shelley, you look beautiful." I knocked and no one answered. "I hope it's okay, I let myself in." "These are your girls, they're beautiful like their mummy." I never forget how he said mummy. It felt dirty. B and I both side-eyed each other and stepped down off our step-ladders. We were both very in tune with each other. If I felt weird, I knew she did. And we both felt the odd air in the room. Shelley glanced away from him and at us, who were behind him, looking at her with wide eyes, both kind of shaking our heads from side to side in disbelief. Shelley looked back to him. This exchange only took a few seconds, but it seemed like an eternity. She forced a smile to him and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Next time just ring the bell and I'll come and open it." He nodded, and walked towards her with open arms and hugged her like they had been the oldest of friends. She looked at us as they hugged and just kind of rolled her eyes to show us what she thought of his excuse. She proceeded to tell him that it was not appropriate as she led him down the stairs, and we heard him apologize over and over. B and I instantly ran to our phones. We agreed to text her mum what he had just said to us so we could tell her without him knowing. We hit send, and about 10 minutes later we heard footsteps up the stairs. It was Shelley, and she shut the door behind us and asked if we were okay. She hugged us and told us she was sorry he made us feel uncomfortable. She explained to us that he said we reminded us of his girls and didn't mean to scare us. We nodded, and then she said they were leaving out for the date. We hugged her, told her to be safe, and we would see her soon. As she headed down the stairs, B and I looked at each other. We both knew something wasn't right, but were both speechless from the good scare we received from this dark man about 15 minutes prior. We heard them walking and talking, heading towards the front door a few minutes later. Shelley shouted up the stairs that she loved us, and we yelled back that we loved her too, and then the door shut. We instantly started talking over each other, saying the same things. B spoke over me. He laid that charm on thick as soon as he saw Mum. B exclaimed further, "And did you see his eyes? What the hell was that? He looked so much like the guy from the pictures, but not exactly." We both concurred on our feelings about this stranger. His scent, his demeanor, his voice. He was like something out of a classic stranger danger advert. Again, we agreed to text Shelley how we felt. She thanked us and told us it seemed to be going well, and she would let us know that she was safe every hour. B and I were freaked out, and even more so that Shelley wasn't. It was like a weird spell he cast on her. It was odd, but we wanted to think the best for Shelley as she was excited about this guy. She texted us every hour until she got home. Her last text said, "I'm okay, but officially freaked out and coming home now. Be home soon." We got to freaked out and paced around until we saw headlights pulled into the driveway. It had been about 5 hours since she left, and an hour since that last text. We were inside with the lights off, watching through the window, trying not to be seen when the motion sensor lights flooded the yard and fell onto the driveway. A truck flew into the driveway. The passenger side door flung open before the truck was at full stop, and Shelley's feet were on the pavement just as fast. She waved at the driver and kind of jogged to the door, wide-eyed. She reached the front door, turned and waved the truck off, and she had her house key ready in hand that she wasn't waving with. She unlocked the door and slid inside. "Let's keep the lights off and go upstairs," she said as she locked the 2 deadbolts and the chain, not once looking at us. We headed up the stairs behind her. We walked into B's room and looked out the window down to the truck, still in park out front with the lights on and engine running. As we all stared at the truck, Shelley told us of the ordeal she went through. Long story short, he had made reservations at the wrong restaurant, so he suggested they go buy some food and have a picnic-style dinner at a local park. Shelley didn't do well outdoors. She was an office woman, so she declined. However, he had just drove so long to get there, and then hit her with, "You kind of owe me." And Shelley said that made her feel bad, knowing he drove 2 hours. So when he mentioned that he had a vacation home he could cook for her at that was nearby, she agreed. She said they got to the house and it was nice enough. A log cabin near Bethel, New York, only about 35 minutes from our town. Shelley said he kept talking about how easy it was to get her alone, and also kept saying he liked strong mummies because they have such fight, but she caved. This made her skin crawl. This wasn't the man she thought it was. This also wasn't the man in the picture, and Shelley started to slowly realize this. Shelley then said she asked for a ride home due to feeling ill. He wasn't very happy about it, but he complied and stopped cooking and started looking for the keys, which she knew he had in his pocket. He then started asking her about our girls, as in myself and B. This freaked Shelley out so bad she was going to get someone to pick her up. He didn't like that, and he found his keys instantly. Once they were out the house and in the truck wouldn't start, so they had to move his work truck. Shelley was visibly shaken and wouldn't take her eyes off the truck in the driveway. As she spilled the story out, she said there was a garage that he said they had to walk around the house to hop into the work truck. She said she felt she had no choice but to play it cool and just agreed to go. So she went into the work truck, walked around the house, and there indeed was another garage with a truck in it. The same truck that we were currently staring at, just sitting in the driveway. It smelled like bleach and metal, she whispered. She told us on the way home he kept asking about us. What did we do that she didn't like? What got us spankings? What were the naughty things we got in trouble for? And what would she do without us? And then, one question to scare you out of your pants as a parent. Would you sacrifice yourself for one of our girls? Shelley said she stared at him in awe and disbelief, and then he just laughed. She got more and more concerned as she noticed her surroundings in the back of the truck she was riding home in. There were what she thought to be chains in a bucket sitting on the desk that was drilled into the floor, a duffel bag and a very large metal object that she wasn't too sure of. This is when he started to pull out pictures on a little flip phone that he had of us. He must have found Shelley's Facebook and took pictures of our pictures and then had them on his phone, waving it around, telling Shelley what a good strong mummy she had been to us, and she should be so proud of what she had accomplished. By this time they were pulling into the driveway and Shelley was done with it. She was just about finished when we saw the truck lights turn off. Shelley immediately picked up the phone and dialed the sheriff and told him quickly there was an unwelcome person outside the home. Being in such a small town, the sheriff not only went to school and graduated with Shelley, but also lived 3 doors down. Just as we see this guy getting out of his truck with the duffel bag, we saw the sheriff whip up behind him. The man panicked and literally threw the duffel into his truck and tried to back into the sheriff to get out. When he realized he was blocked from the rear, he went through the yard. We couldn't believe our eyes. The truck peeled out, taking some of the lawn with it. The sheriff came to the door to check on us and told us he had units down the road waiting for him. We all shared a collective cry and rejoiced in our safety. It did, however, create some paranoia issues in the next few weeks, due to the fact we didn't know how long he was in the house, when he just let himself in. Did he put cameras anywhere? Did he mess with the food in the house to hurt someone? I mean, it was bad, but we worked through it. We never heard anything about him getting caught, and we did occasionally receive an eerie message on Facebook, 2 of which we knew were him, but we put that out of our minds. We haven't heard anything from or about him since the 3 months after the incident when the last message was received. It's been a long time since the incident, but nonetheless we still hope to never see that creep again. We had been camping deep in the woods of Red Feathers Lake, northern Colorado, 20 miles down a dirt road with no one else in sight. No rangers, no other campers, just endless trees in every direction. At first it was perfect. My wife and I, my brother-in-law and our 3 nephews of 5, 6 and 8 spent the days hiking, fishing, playing games and watching the stars. Our dogs roamed freely, loving the open space. But everything changed on the second night. Around 6 p.m., the dogs, normally playful and adventurous, became uneasy. Their hackles raised, they paced the edge of our campsite, staring into the trees. Every so often one of them would growl low in their throat. At first we'd figured they'd caught the scent of a bear or mountain lion. This was deep wilderness after all. We weren't worried. That night the adults sat around the fire long after the kids had gone to bed. The air was still and heavy. I've been camping all my life and I know the usual sounds of the forest at night. The rustling of small creatures, the distant hoot of an owl. That night, the woods was silent. And worse than that, I kept getting this feeling, like we were being watched. It wasn't just paranoia. It was that deep, primal sense that someone, somewhere, was staring right at you. When we finally went to bed, I could barely sleep. Every time I drifted off, a noise, a faint crack of a branch, the shuffle of leaves would jolt me awake. and I told myself it was just an animal. But it didn't feel like an animal. The next morning we found 2 of our 5-gallon water jugs empty, not tipped over, not spilled, just drained. The boys could have been messing with them, or maybe there was a slow leak, but my gut told me otherwise. By midday, the unease was thick in the air. Even the noise normally bouncing off the walls were quieter. The dogs on edge, sniffing frantically, running ahead on the trail as if searching for something unseen. That's when we decided that we were leaving the next morning. We weren't in full panic mode yet. We just figured something wasn't right. The forest felt different, wrong. It wasn't until later that evening that we realized we'd waited too long. By the time we were packed, the sun was dipping below the trees. The boys begged for one last adventure before we left, a snipe hunt. We agreed. We had about an hour of daylight left. It was supposed to be a harmless joke. I trailed behind the group, occasionally tossing a rock into the bushes to make the boys think a snipe was nearby. We were maybe 5 minutes from camp when a rock the size of 2 fists came flying out the trees, and it barely missed one of my nephews. We all turned expecting to see some animal, but there was nothing. Then another rock. This one hit me square in the back. The other adults stared at me, waiting for me to admit I had thrown it, but I hadn't. I looked past them into the trees. Something moved. Not an animal, not a person. Something. A shape, too tall, too thin, just standing there watching me. I grabbed my nephew's hand. Time to go. Now. We didn't run. We walked fast and silent. But behind us we could hear the woods moving. Branches cracked, leaves rustled, as if something was running alongside us just beyond the trees. Then all at once it was rushing us. We grabbed the kids and sprinted for the cars. Behind us, the bushes shook violently. Something was there, many somethings, but we didn't stop. We tore out of there, kicking dust up behind our tires. The forest thinned, but the tension didn't fade. We kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure standing at the tree line watching us go. Then we saw the bones. They started appearing along the dirt road, scattered at first, a skull here, a ribcage there, but then there were dozens. Rotting carcasses, stripped bones, the remains of deer, raccoons, rabbits, some fresh, some old. It went on for nearly a mile. We swerved around them, trying not to run over the more recent ones, but the smell of decay was thick, seeping into the car. And then we saw it. A green bus parked off in the clearing, faded, rusted and abandoned. I, for some reason, stopped. I don't know why. Maybe I thought someone was camping there and needed a warning. I stepped out the truck. The bus was in ruins. Flat tires, newspaper-covered windows, and strange symbols scratched into the peeling paint. And a fire pit, 20 feet across and deep. And inside it, bones. More than I could count. Some bleached white, while others stained with flesh. Hanging from the trees were small animal carcasses tied up with string. I felt something watch me. I turned back to the truck, my stomach twisting, and I saw my wife's face as she told me to get into the truck, with her eyes wide. I didn't hesitate. We caught up with my brother and drove the rest of the way in silence, never looking back. We don't know who was out there, and we don't want to know. All we know is that something was watching us through the trees. A couple of years back, I went camping with my best friend and cousin, and my dog up in Kenai, Alaska. We had 2 big 4-seat ATVs. Me and my dog Zemo in one, while my cousin Luca and my best friend Ryder rode in the other. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine and damp earth filled the stillness of the forest. As we rode deeper into the wilderness, Zemo, my 3-year-old Shepherd, suddenly started growling. Usually he was calm, but now his hackles were raised, his lips curled back to show his teeth. Ryder brushed it off, probably just a bear or a moose, but Luca, he wasn't so sure. The unease lingered as we set up camp in a clearing, the sun dipping behind the treetops, casting long, creeping shadows. Luca and I went to gather firewood, while Ryder stayed behind. That's when I saw it, or at least I thought I did. A massive figure stood between the trees, half hidden in the dark. At first, my brain tried to rationalize it, a tree trunk, a trick of the light. But then it moved. It was tall, at least 8 or 9 feet, covered in dark, matted hair. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, its limbs thick with muscle, and its eyes reflecting the fading light locked onto mine. Lucas sucked in a sharp breath beside me. "You see that?" he whispered, his voice tight. I barely nodded, my stomach twisting into knots. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. But the forest was no longer silent. Twigs snapped in the underbrush, the sound of heavy footsteps circling our camp, low grunts rumbling from below the tree line. Zemo stayed rigid, his growl never stopping. We decided right then and there we weren't investigating, we weren't even talking about it. For the next 2 nights, the noises continued, shuffling, heavy breathing, the occasional distant wail that didn't belong to any animal we knew. We stayed close to the fire, rifles within reach and barely sleeping. Every so often I'd catch a glimpse of something between the trees, just for a second, watching, waiting. On the 3rd morning we'd had enough. Hunting wasn't worth whatever was out there lurking just beyond our sight. We packed up at first light and rode out fast, my hands gripping the ATV so tight my knuckles ached. I don't know what we saw. I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. We were never alone in those woods, and whatever was out there didn't want us there. I was 15 when this happened. My family had taken the RV deep into the woods for a camping trip with my aunt, uncle, and cousins. I was the oldest kid, and with a solid 2-year gap between me and the others, I felt adrift, too old for their games and too young to hang out with the adults. But everything changed when I reconnected with some teens we'd met on past trips. Within an hour, it was like we'd always been friends. That night, the adults suggested a game of manhunt. Flashlights were passed out, teams split into runners and hunters, and I ended up with the runners, which gave us a 5-minute head start to hide anywhere in the pitch-dark woods. Earlier that day, we found a strange little path, a tunnel through thick brush that looked more like an animal track than a trail, narrow and low. You had to crouch or crawl through it. I remembered it as the hunters counted down. While the others scattered, I ducked into the path, moving on my hands and knees, twigs scraping my arms and branches tangling in my hair. As I slid further in, heart pounding. Eventually the hunters passed nearby, their beams sweeping over the trail entrance, but never spotting me. I adjusted deeper into the thicket, trying to remain silent. Then I saw a side trail, almost invisible, half covered in moss and branches. I crawled in, curious. It opened into a small hollow, and there, crumpled in dirt, was the naked body of a young woman, pale, still, and bloodied. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. My body locked up and I just stared. Her eyes were open and unblinking, and staring straight through me. My knees soaked in something thick and dark. Then I heard movement, heavy steps, panting. Someone was coming down the narrow trail. I whispered, and the footsteps stopped. Then they picked up speed. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, and by some miracle the man didn't find the hollow. I heard him lumber past the entrance, dragging something behind him. Metal chinked, soft and sharp, like knives shifting in a bag. And then I ran. I tore out of the brush like a wild animal, snapping branches and stomping leaves. He must have heard. His breathing grew louder as he chased me, and I didn't dare look back. My legs barely worked, numb with fear. I slipped on roots and rocks, and somehow I made it back to the main trail, screaming like hell. Lights flicked on, faces appeared, voices called, and I collapsed in camp, trembling, trying to explain what I saw. The adults went dead quiet, then panicked. My mum and aunt sprinted into the woods screaming for the others, and within seconds all the kids were back in camp safely. Police arrived soon after. They found a man creeping down the trail, knife in hand. Nearby, a black garbage bag full of saws and bloody tools. I don't remember much after that, just the nightmares and how I'd nearly died that night. I was 7 years old. My father, Arthur, took my oldest brother Thomas and me to a remote cabin deep in the English countryside for a week-long holiday. We also brought along our tabby cat, Whiskers. The cabin was quaint but isolated, surrounded by thick wood, and far from the nearest village. The bedrooms were on the second floor, and mine was the furthest from the others, positioned right where the woods began. A single window sat beside my bed, offering an eerie view of a gnarled oak tree that I had unsuccessfully tried to climb the day before. There were no curtains or anything to shield me from the outside world. Well, one night I was feeling homesick and unable to sleep. Whiskers lay curled beside me while I read a comic book by torchlight. Around 2 a.m, I heard a faint tapping on the window. Initially, I just thought it was a tree branch swaying in the wind until the tapping turned into a more deliberate pattern, like knuckles rapping on the glass. Then came the whispering. "Open up, lad. It's me, Daddy," a voice said from the other side of the window. My heart froze. Ice-cold fear coursed through me. I knew it wasn't my father. I wanted to scream, but the fear held me captive. "Let me in, Devro. It's freezing out here," the voice continued. "Come on, son, I just want to cuddle." I turned back to the window, clutching Whiskers. The cat's fur bristled beneath my hands, and he hissed towards the window. I buried my face in his fur, hoping the stranger would go away. Then came the sound that still haunts me. A screeching noise that sent shivers down my spine. I turned my head slightly to see what it was. The man outside was grinning, his mouth stretched unnaturally wide, and his eyes glinted with malice as he dragged a pocket knife across the glass, producing that dreadful noise. I finally screamed, finding my voice. The man's grin twisted into a snarl of anger and surprise. His eyes locked with mine, then flicked towards the doorway. My father burst into the room, wielding his old hunting rifle. My brother followed close behind, brandishing a cricket bat. The man outside, now pale with fear, staggered backwards. I heard the thud of his feet hitting the ground below. My father rushed to the window just in time to see the shadowy figure disappear into the woods. We didn't sleep that night. My father stayed by the window, knife in hand, while my brother sat beside me on the bed. The police arrived the next morning, documenting the scratches on the glass and the footprints in the snow beneath my window. They said they'd patrol the area, but we left the cabin that day and never returned. The man was never caught. To this day I remember his voice, soft yet coaxing, like a snake trying to lull its prey. And I still hear those footsteps in the snow, and his voice calling after me. Whiskers, now 14 and feisty as ever, remains my hero. He never stopped hissing until that stranger was gone, and I've never stopped double-checking that my windows are locked at night. About 8 years ago, deep in southeast Louisiana, my son and I were driving down a lonely back highway at 10 p.m. The road was empty, except for one other car heading towards us. As we rounded a curve to the right, I dimmed my headlights to avoid blinding another driver. And that's when I saw it. It stood on the shoulder of the road just beyond the reach of my headlights, at least 8 feet tall. Its body was rail-thin but sinewy, like stretched leather over tightly wound cords of muscle. The thing was watching the oncoming car with an unsettling stillness, and as the vehicle passed, it turned its head towards us. That's when it moved. Its body shifted into a runner's stance, knees bending, arms tensing like a predator about to prance. My grip tightened on the wheel, my stomach twisting in knots. The creature's fur was filthy, matted white like an animal that had rolled in mud and was never washed. Its ears flattened back against its skull, reminding me of an angry cat. And its mouth. God, its mouth was gaping wide, revealing jagged, needle-like teeth that gleamed under the faint glow of my headlights. Its eyes burnt an unnatural yellow and locked onto us like we were prey. I couldn't make out much of its lower half, but my son swore later that its legs were all wrong. Its knees bent backwards, like a dog's. A deep, primal fear crawled up my spine at the thought. We flew past it, my foot pressing harder on the gas than I intended. I couldn't stop staring in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it chase us, but the road behind me remained empty. I don't know what we saw that night. I jokingly called it a werepanther, but the fur color and sheer wrongness of it matched too many old stories about the Rougarou. And the worst part, we saw it less than 10 miles from our home. It makes me wonder how many times it had been closer, watching. My brother and I had gone camping deep in the mountains for a few nights. The first night was perfect. We found a nice clearing, safely built a fire, and settled in total peace. The second night was when things went wrong. As the sun dipped below the trees, we heard it, a bear. It was far off, moving through a clear-cut area in the distance. We could hear it breaking branches, heavy footsteps crunching through the underbrush. We weren't worried. We grew up knowing how to handle bears, keep your food secured, make noise, and they'll usually leave you alone. Then after dark, it got closer. At first, we just heard it moving at the tree line, slow, deliberate steps, the kind that makes your skin crawl. We grabbed some rocks and shouted, trying to scare it off, but it didn't work. The footsteps continued closer and heavier, then more of them. Not one, not two, at least 3. The sound surrounded us, crunching leaves, snapping twigs, closing in from all sides. We held our breath, gripping our flashlights, trying to spot movement. But the night was thick, too dark to see beyond the firelight. Then from somewhere just beyond the trees we heard it, a growl. Everyone thinks they know what bears sound like. They don't. This wasn't a growl. It was a deep, primal vibration that I felt in my ribs before I heard it in my ears. It wasn't just deep. It had this strange, eerie overtone, like a train whistle buried beneath something guttural and ancient. A sound I've never heard before or since. Then another growl. To our left, then another one behind us. We moved fast. No discussion, no hesitation. We packed up like our lives depended on it. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my flashlight. The fire wasn't even fully out when we grabbed our packs and ran. What had taken us 2 days to hike up the mountain, we made in 3 hours. I kept looking back expecting to see something, a shape, eyes, movement, but there was nothing. Just the feeling that something was still there, watching, following. By the time we reached the base of the mountain, we were drenched in sweat, gasping for air and shaking. We stumbled into an RV campground at 2 a.m., so dehydrated we had to steal water from a hose. We could have knocked on the door and asked for help, but we didn't. Because even then we still felt hunted, like whatever was up there wasn't done with us yet. I don't know if it was bears. I don't know if it was something worse. I just know we were never supposed to make it out. I spent a few nights camping deep in the backcountry of Olympic National Park in Washington. No roads, no people, just endless miles of towering trees, thick underbrush, and an eerie, almost oppressive silence. It was perfect for photography, or at least that's what I told myself. I found a spot near a creek, set up my tent, and settled in. The first night was uneventful, just cold as hell, -26 degrees, and my sleeping bag wasn't cutting it. I spent most of the night curled up, shivering and listening to the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Nothing out of the ordinary. The second night, though, everything changed. At some point after sundown, the woods just stopped. No wind, no insects, no distant calls of wildlife. Just an unnatural, suffocating silence. If you've ever been deep in the forest when the world suddenly goes mute, you know how wrong it feels. Like the entire forest, it's holding its breath, waiting. Then came the first sound, a thud. Slow and heavy. 2 legs. Not a deer, not a bear, but something that walked with intent. The steps were measured, circling my tent, crunching through the underbrush just beyond the thin layer of fabric separating me from the night. My breath hitched. I shut off my lantern and just listened, gripping my flashlight in one hand, my pistol in the other. Then came the breathing right outside my tent. Deep, raspy, almost human but wrong, too thick, too wet, like something struggling to suck in air through a throat not meant to breathe. I stayed frozen, heart pounding so hard I swore it would give me away. Every instinct screamed at me to look, to see what was there. But something deeper, another part of me, something primal, knew not to move. I don't know how long I sat there barely breathing. Eventually, the footsteps drifted away, swallowed by the trees, and I stayed awake until the first light of dawn bled through the canopy. When I finally stepped out, I saw footprints. Massive. Far too large for any person and spaced out in a way that suggested something tall and unnatural. My gut twisted, but I convinced myself I was being paranoid. Wind could have distorted the prints, maybe it was a bear walking funny, maybe I imagined the breathing. So I stayed. And that night I regretted it. The moment the sun dipped below the horizon, the footsteps returned, but closer and heavier this time. Then knocking. A deep, resonant thud, like a massive branch slamming into a tree. Then another and another. The air shifted, and then came the smell. Putrid, wet fur, rotting meat, something dank and animalistic. It coated my tongue, it made my eyes water. I gagged, hand over my mouth, swallowing down the urge to be sick. The feeling that I wasn't alone was unbearable now. Something was out there, and I wasn't going to wait to see it. I grabbed my keys, unzipped my tent as quietly as I could, and bolted for my truck. The second I slammed the door and turned the key, a howl ripped through the trees. Not a wolf, not a coyote. This was deep, guttural, and angry. It vibrated through my chest, a sound so unnatural my entire body went rigid with terror. I floored it, speeding down that dark, winding trail without looking back. I didn't stop, and didn't breathe easy until I was miles away, in a cheap hotel room staring at the walls, replaying everything over and over in my head. I don't care what anyone says. I know what I heard and I know what I felt. And I know damn well I never went tent camping in that part of Washington again. Hell, I might even be done with camping entirely at this point. Last year, my friends and I went trekking and camping in the Carpathian Mountains, a place that feels like something ripped straight out of an ancient legend. Towering peaks loomed in the distance, thick forests swallowed the light, and the air carried that sense of a land undisturbed. It was beautiful, but in that eerie, unsettling way that makes you feel like you're being watched. We set up camp near a water source, a seemingly perfect spot. Aside from one thing, the ground was absolutely littered with cowpats. It was everywhere. But in the Carpathians, that wasn't something unusual. Locals will send their cattle up to graze in the summer, so we didn't think much of it. We cooked, talked, and eventually drifted off into an uneasy sleep beneath the cold, star-strewn sky. Then morning came. I woke up to the distant sound of heavy hooves thudding against the earth. At first it was rhythmic, almost calming, but then came the low guttural bellows, deep, throaty sounds that sent a strange chill down my spine. By the time I unzipped my tent, I saw them. A massive herd of cows had surrounded our campsite, their dark, vacant eyes locked onto us. And among them, he stood. A monstrous white bull, muscles coiled and rippling beneath his hide like something carved from stone. His breath came out in sharp, huffing bursts, his nostrils flaring as he stared at us unblinking. At first, he did nothing, just watch. But there was something wrong about the way he stood, too still, too focused. We tried to move around carefully, not wanting to spook him, but it was clear he didn't want us there. His ears pinned back, he stomped the ground once and twice, and without warning he charged. He slammed into one of the tents, flattening it instantly. Metal poles snapped like twigs. The person inside barely managing to roll out in time, scrambling away as the bull turned and rammed it again, dragging the remains several feet before tossing it like it was weightless. We shouted, waved our arms, tried to scare him off, but he didn't flinch. He paced, snorting, eyes locked onto us with something that felt wrong. It wasn't random aggression. It was intent, a challenge. And then the waiting game began. For 4 agonizing hours we were trapped, barely moving as this beast stood his ground. If we so much as took a step in the wrong direction, his head would lower, muscles coiling like a spring ready to launch into another assault. We couldn't fight him, couldn't outrun him, and we sure as hell would be unable to scare him. Finally, as the sun crept higher, the herd began to drift away, and with them the bull. But even as he left, he kept looking back, slowly and deliberately, as if daring us to follow. We packed up and left without a word. That night, huddled around a different campfire miles away, we joked about it, trying to shake off the fear, but none of us slept well. Because in the silence of the mountains, when the wind shifts just right, I swear I can still hear its hooves in the distance. When my grandmother passed away from pneumonia in 2017, she left us an old estate far out in the country, deep in the south, an area notorious for its brutal history with slavery in the plantations that scarred the land for centuries. My grandmother had lived there alone for about 5 years before she passed. She inherited the estate from her nephew. He was 59 when he passed, and my parents had visited a few times, but I never had caught up with college and internships during the summer, so when the estate officially became ours, I decided that after graduating, I'd spend the summer there. I wanted to renovate the house, work on landscaping, and install a small solar panel system. Grandma had been running the place on an old gas generator, and since I was planning a career in solar energy, it seemed like the perfect project, especially with the $150K she left us as seed money. The moment I left the main highway and started down the gravel roads, I should have sensed something was off. Mum later told me Grandma never drove. She got groceries delivered and kept to herself most of the time. To get to the estate, I had to navigate miles of pothole-riddled dirt roads. The driveway itself was about 500 yards long, lined with gnarled old trees whose branches bent inward, their thick canopy blocking out sunlight even at high noon. The trees seemed to lean close, as if trying to watch whoever approached. When I pulled up to the house, it was a nightmare of neglect. Spanish moss draped over every surface like ghostly cobwebs. Weeds choked the flower beds, briars crawled at the porch. The house looked like it had been swallowed by the wilderness. I came alone, of course, just me, a backpack with basic supplies, some firewood and a camera to document the damage. I planned to cook simple meals over the fire, rice, hot dogs, things that didn't require electricity. I was eager, excited even. Creepy or not, I was logical and never afraid of the dark. The day passed uneventfully as I explored. I found the old well, rummaged through the attic's forgotten relics, carved dolls, dusty antiques with cracked faces, and I discovered a rotting cellar, likely used in the summer months to keep food cool. Out back, near the tree line, I spotted a cluster of stones that at first looked like boulders, but they weren't. They were old gravestones worn by time and mostly illegible. I counted 27, but the cluster disappeared into the thick brush. I didn't dare venture further. Ticks and snakes likely lurked there. But I wondered how many more graves the overgrowth concealed. As night fell, I built a fire just outside the front porch. Instinctively, I positioned it as far from the graveyard as I could, a vague unease I barely registered at the time. The firelight flickered against the twisted trees lining the driveway, turning their branches into jagged teeth in the dark. The trees stretched overhead like a monstrous maw. The long driveway, a throat, that disappeared into pitch black nothingness. The half moon barely pierced the canopy, casting an eerie glow. Then I noticed something. Through the smoke and flickering flames, there was a figure moving down the driveway. It wasn't just a shadow. It seemed darker than darkness itself, with an almost unnatural shimmer, like a black hole bending light around it. My breath caught. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it directly down the driveway. The beam cut through the night, and the figure was gone. Just the dirt road, the trees, the silence. I kept glancing out, but the figure never reappeared. I told myself it was a trick of the light, maybe smoke or a passing cloud. But the unease grew. I felt eyes on me, a watching presence. I checked my phone. Signal was still there, thank God. I went inside and chose a guest room on the second floor at the end of a long hallway, away from Grandma's bedroom. The mattress was lumpy but surprisingly comfortable, and I quickly fell asleep. At around 2 a.m., I woke to a low moan, distant, haunting almost inside my head. I thought I was dreaming until the moan escalated into a heart-wrenching wail mixed with sharp, echoing claps and distant screams. Panic surged. I bolted out of bed, creeping towards the stairs. The sound seemed to be coming from outside. I pressed my face to a window and scanned the yard and driveway. Nothing. Silence. No movement, no light. No signs of anyone or anything. My heart pounded. Was I losing it? I checked every window on both floors, all still, all dark. And after 30 minutes, exhausted and terrified, I was settled on the sofa in the living room. The house's call. Grandma's bedroom was down a short hall from there. Just as I started to drift off, I heard it again. A soft creak from the hallway, then a whisper so faint it was barely audible. But I knew that voice. It was my grandmother's, and one desperate word. Run. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my keys, flew down the stairs, and was outside in seconds. I jumped into my truck, hit the gas and tore down that devilish driveway. The trees seemed alive. Shadows gathered under their branches like hundreds of blackened hands, reaching out. The further I went, the more shadows emerged. I hit a massive pothole on the back road and blew a tire, but I didn't care. I floored the accelerator until I reached a run-down motel, the kind of place you pray is empty, and never have I felt so safe in my life. I never returned. I had a personal encounter with the Mothman. It happened during an outdoor movie night at one of my relatives' houses. I remember the glow of the screen flickering against the darkening sky, the distant hum of cicadas filling the air. It was past sunset, dim, but not pitch black yet. Shadows stretched across the yard, and that's when I saw it. At the edge of the tree line, a tall, black figure stood motionless. Its body was covered in what looked like fur or thick hair, its arms impossibly long, hanging low at its sides. But what struck me the most, what made my breath catch, were its eyes. Two glowing red orbs fixed directly on me, burning through the darkness like embers in the night. It didn't move, it didn't make a sound, it just watched. I wasn't scared, not exactly, more intrigued, like some part of me knew it wasn't a threat. But something about it felt important, like it was meant to be there, meant to be seen. I turned away for just a moment to get someone, anyone who could see it too, to prove that I wasn't imagining things. But by the time I came back, the figure was gone. The tree line was just trees again, and by then the night had fully set in. I was young, around 8 at the time, and my memory of that period is hazy, and for a long time I never thought to connect it to anything else. But looking back, I lost my cat, my grandpa, and my grandma all within a year of that night, and it wasn't some grand disaster, but to me it felt like one. I wasn't overly familiar with the Mothman lore back then, and I didn't know the signs, the warnings. I just knew that I'd seen something, and I knew that no one believed me. This happened to me during quarantine. I found myself watching YouTube videos of people doing nothing but camping outdoors, marveling at the landscapes of the forest from Patagonia to Alaska. So, as my birthday approached, I decided to leave the city and visit a nature reserve. I live in Bogota, and the city has several nature reserves you can visit. But due to quarantine, my options were limited. However, I had some connections to enter the Chingasa National Reserve. I won't go into too much detail here, because by connections, I mean I didn't enter through regular means. I was intrigued by what happened to me the last time I visited that place, and thought maybe I'd experienced something paranormal. That's how 3 friends and I decided to go camping in the reserve to get a breath of fresh air. From the moment we arrived, I was a bit discouraged because it wouldn't stop raining. Even though we were prepared for rain, we hadn't considered how the fog mixed with the rain would limit our visibility, making it nearly impossible to enjoy the nature around us. Moreover, after walking the trail all morning, guided only by the path, the thought crossed my mind that we could easily get lost here, and I have to admit that the idea unsettled me slightly. But around 1 p.m. the sky cleared, and the Chingasa Lagoon appeared before our eyes, surrounded by its incredible landscapes. Anyone who's been there knows it's a beautiful yet mysterious place, with patches of fog moving across the land as if they had a life of their own. You can see rays of sunlight breaking through the clouds, and a big variety of native plants. It was exactly the birthday gift I wanted. This is where things started to get strange. As I looked more closely at the landscape, I realized the path's ground wasn't muddy at all, as if the torrential storm we just walked through had never touched it. I admittedly looked around to see if the storm had moved on, or if it was still nearby. To my surprise, it seemed like the rain clouds were surrounding the lagoon. I pointed this out to a friend nearby, and she told me that the phenomenon was more common than one might think, saying it happened around El Dorado Airport, and that's why it was built in this location. I'd never heard that before, but it was enough for me. As long as frogs and snakes weren't going to be falling from the sky, I was there to enjoy myself. So we spent the afternoon eating and chatting about the pandemic, the challenges of quarantine, working from home, family, everything really. But I was waiting for the moment someone would ask me about the faceless woman I'd seen in the Paramo last time. Sure enough, it was one of my friends with the airport theory who brought it up. My friend goes, "This place is beautiful, but I can't imagine how a woman could be out here in just a dress, it's freezing cold." I reply, "I know what I saw. You can believe me or not, but honestly, we're having a good time and I don't want to talk about it." For a few minutes they teased me, saying it was just an inflatable doll someone forgot, or that I was overdosed on weed. In the end, we laughed and I suggested we cut the cake since it was getting late. We sang happy birthday and everything was fine, until we noticed an echo. It sounded like more people were singing with us. We liked the echo and kept singing, but then my knees buckled. It wasn't an echo after all, it was humming, as if someone was trying to remember the tune, with little pauses here and there. I tried to figure out where the sound was coming from, but could not. And it felt like whoever was humming was right next to us, but we couldn't see them. When I snapped out of it, I told my friends that we should leave, and at that moment one of them pointed to the lagoon. And there she was, a figure of a woman in a black dress standing by the water's edge. I didn't feel fear. It was more like seeing an old acquaintance who'd been gone a long time, or rather, as if I was the one who'd been away and was now back. Only my friend and I could see her, but everyone heard the humming, as if she was standing right there with us. That made the girls uncomfortable, so we quickly packed up and left the reserve, heading back to Bogota. On the way back, my friends were nervous about the incident, but my guy friend was completely pale and silent. When we dropped everyone off, I asked him if he was alright, saying it wasn't a big deal, just a normal-looking woman in my opinion. But then he went on to say, no, normal women have feet, and that thing didn't. They simply weren't there. That started to freak me out a little bit, but we left it there, and we haven't spoken about it since. We were driving through some deep forest in northern Mexico, the kind that looks straight out of a horror movie. Endless pine trees, fog hanging low, and barely any other cars. It had rained earlier, so the air was thick with that wet earth and pine smell. The road was all twists and turns, there being no streetlights, just nature. At some point, we took a wrong turn. No big deal, or so we thought. Just a dumb mistake, but I was annoyed because I'd wasted time for no reason. So we turned around and got back on track. Then as we came out of this curb, we saw it. A massive tree had just crashed across the road, and I mean it. The roots were still wet and muddy, like the ground had given up on holding them. If we hadn't have taken that wrong turn, if we hadn't have wasted those few minutes, we would have been under that tree. No time to brake, no way to dodge. Just a straight-up final destination moment. And I'm 100% sure the timing would have just been us right there. We sat there staring at it, my heart pounding, as the rain hit the car. I was pissed about losing time, and now I couldn't stop thinking about how those stupid minutes wasted had probably kept us alive. It still freaks me out. Sometimes the universe messes with you in the best possible way. Let me share a first-hand experience from a couple of summers ago in Sequoia National Forest on top of Slate Mountain. It was early August 2019. My partner, another couple and I were camping on our family's lot. Just the four of us, no one else on the mountain that day. It was pitch dark that night. We only had one small potbelly stove for warmth, since the area had been hit hard by the pier fire a few years earlier. We didn't want to risk starting another, especially so far out with no cell service. So there we were, just hanging out chatting at around 10 to 10:30. My two dogs were curled up at my feet, tucked under a sleeping bag because they loved to snuggle in. Suddenly, both dogs sat up, their backs turned towards me like they were on guard, sniffing the air. They didn't whine or growl like they had when a bear had shown up at the camp another time, so I wasn't immediately worried, but something was off. At the same time, the conversation stopped and the silence hit. Then we heard something strange. Bipedal footsteps moving quickly, climbing straight up the steep slope of the mountain. Now this spot right by our tent and in the trees was one we'd avoided earlier in the day because the ground was covered with fallen leaves, making the already slippery forest floor even more treacherous. The slope itself? It was super steep, definitely not something you'd want to hike up fast, especially at night. The sound was unmistakable. It wasn't an animal. It was clearly the sound of footsteps, and only two legs. None of us could shake the eerie feeling, and we got a little freaked out. We decided to run the generator for a few minutes, hoping the noises would scare anything off. Now, I'm not one to get easily spooked. I've been camping since I was a kid, and I've always felt pretty comfortable in the wild. Sure, I've had some close calls with bears trying to sneak into cars, or the occasional mountain lion on a hike. But this was different. There was something about that night that just didn't sit right with any of us. You see, Slate Mountain borders the Tall River Indian Reservation, and the tribe's mascot is the Mayak Tatach, aka Bigfoot the Hairy Man. There have been stories of him being spotted by people there over the years, and there's a huge carving of him at the tribal center. I'm native, though not from the Tall River Yakuts. I'm Medewakanton, from Minnesota, but I've lived in California my whole life. These days, I live along the Tall River, but I don't go down there at night, nor do I give the water spirits my name. I also don't whistle at night. But after that night, honestly, I can't completely rule out the possibility that what we heard could have been Mayak Tatach. Something about it feels like he might have been watching us. What do you think? There were some woods next to my friend's house that we used to explore as teenagers. Deep in the trees, hidden away like a forgotten relic, sat the remains of an old structure. Perhaps a house, perhaps something else. The walls, made of cracked and weathered concrete, stood about chest height. No roof, no ceiling, just the skeletal remains of whatever it once was, tangled in creeping vines and overgrowth. One afternoon, a group of 4 of us decided to claim it. We weren't just exploring, we were building something. With a hatchet, a machete, and some pocket knives, we set to work like wannabe survivalists, hacking at the brush and clearing out the space. Near the structure, there was also a circular pit in the ground, half filled with bricks. Maybe an old silo, a well, we didn't know. But we felt like we were making the place our own. By dusk, we had a fire going inside the walls, its glow flickering against the crumbling concrete. The air smelled of burning wood, and the night settled in around us. We sat around talking, laughing, feeling like kings of our own little ruin. Then, I had to take a crap. This was not ideal considering we were in the middle of the woods, but it was a quick walk back to my friend's house, 10 minutes at most. I'd made the trip dozens of times, so I wasn't too worried. I grabbed a flashlight and set off alone, the firelight fading behind me. Halfway there, I heard footsteps. Not the rustling of an animal, not the distant snapping of twigs. Footsteps. I stopped. The sounds stopped. A cold weight settled in my chest. I took a few more steps, and there it was again. Someone or something was walking when I walked and stopping when I stopped. My skin prickled. My pulse hammered in my ears, and I turned back, walking faster now, flashlight trembling slightly in my grip. The firelight in the distance was a relief, and as soon as I stepped back inside the walls, my friends looked up. Back already? I hesitated, my throat dry. I think someone's out there. They stared at me, waiting for the punchline. Then we all heard it. A noise right outside the walls. It sounded like metal hitting concrete, a hollow, ringing clang, like someone had dropped an empty water bottle. We froze. Every hair on my body stood on end. No one moved, no one breathed. Then all at once we snapped into action. We dumped water on the fire, smothering the flames as fast as we could, and shadows stretched around us, swallowing the structure in darkness. Without speaking, we squeezed through the broken sections of the wall, avoiding the main opening. We took the shorter, more difficult route through the thick brush because it was faster. Branches clawed at our clothes as we pushed through, trying not to stumble. We could hear something moving behind us, twigs snapping under deliberate footsteps. We burst onto the road, panting, adrenaline surging. And then we saw him. A figure emerged from the woods behind us, a man in a hoodie. He stopped at the edge of the trees, just standing there watching. We didn't wait, we didn't speak. We just kept moving, never looking back. And we really hope to never see that guy again. I still don't know what I saw, but whatever it wasn't human. It's one of those memories that sticks with you, crawling under your skin and never quite letting go. This happened when I was around 14, in the woods of western North Carolina, about 30 to 40 minutes outside of Cherokee. It was late in the day. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting everything in a dim amber light. I had been riding my four-wheeler for hours, enjoying the wind in my face and the hum of the engine beneath me. But as the light faded, I started to head back towards the house. I didn't think much of it at first, but then the four-wheeler just stopped. No sputtering, no warning. It just cut off dead in the water. I twisted the throttle, pressed the starter and tried again, but nothing. The woods around me suddenly went eerily silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was the kind of silence that presses on your chest like the air itself is holding its breath, waiting for something. I glanced over my shoulder, my gut twisting. And there it was, just beyond the reach of the fading light. I can only describe it as a figure. It stood about 8 feet tall, its pale body, almost ghostly white, like it hadn't seen sunlight in decades, if ever. The thing was naked, but its skin wasn't the pale, soft flesh you'd expect. It was almost sickly pale, in a way that made you want to look away, like it was something wrong and unnatural. But that wasn't the worst part. Its body was all wrong. Its limbs were stretched out too long for its frame, and its arms were hanging unnaturally low, like its elbows were too far down. Its posture was stiff, like it hadn't moved in years, and was now just trying to figure out how. But it wasn't still. It's moving, slowly, deliberately. And when it moved, there was a grotesque fluidity to it, like it was gliding across the ground rather than walking. I froze for a second, my breath catching in my throat. The thing's face was the worst part. I don't remember the details because I didn't want to remember, but it was wrong. It wasn't human, not even close. Its eyes were sunken black pits. Its face was hollow like it hadn't eaten in a lifetime, and its mouth was too wide. When it looked at me, I swear it knew I saw it, like it was pleased that I did. My heart pounded in my chest, and I didn't even think. I slammed the throttle down again, desperately trying to get the engine to roar back to life. My hands were shaking so badly it took a few tries before the four-wheeler sputtered and finally came to life with a loud pop. I tore out of there, dirt flying everywhere, as I ripped down the trail towards home. But as I reached the clearing near the house, I heard it. A voice, a whisper, but it wasn't a whisper. It sounded like my name, said clear as day, with someone standing right behind my ear. I didn't turn around, I didn't blink. I just floored the gas pedal harder and drove the hell towards the house, not looking back, not even daring to think about what might have been following me. That fear, that kind that curls in your stomach and wraps itself around your ribs, never left me. It was something primal, like the sound of your bones telling you to run. I never went back out on that four-wheeler again, and to this day I won't go into those woods. I've heard stories from people who live out there, strange tales about things lurking in the trees, but I never talk about what I saw. I lived on the outskirts of a national park, in a small, run-down cabin. To say it was remote was an understatement. The only road leading to it was a 4-mile stretch of dirt and gravel that twisted through the thick forest, which was barely wide enough for a single vehicle. The trees grew so dense on either side, in some spots it felt like I was driving through a tunnel of gnarled branches. There were no streetlights, no neighbors, and no cell service. Just me, the trees, and whatever else called the wilderness home. The cabin itself was primitive, no electricity, and worst of all, no way to lock the door. The owner didn't want any modern modifications to their precious off-grid hideaway. At first I shrugged it off. I grew up in the countryside, I could handle roughing it. My roommate, on the other hand, was a city kid, interning with the park service. He thought the lack of a locking door was no big deal. What, are the squirrels gonna break in? He joked. I didn't laugh. It started small, just sounds at night. At first I figured it was just wildlife. The place was deep in the woods after all. But the noises weren't random scurryings or the rustle of wind through the trees. No, this was deliberate. Slow, heavy footsteps crunching in the underbrush. At first I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Maybe a deer, a wild pig, or some other harmless animal. But as nights passed, the pattern became impossible to ignore. The footsteps would start at a distance, moving through the trees in a slow, deliberate pace, never running, never scurrying, just walking. Then they would stop, always in the densest part of the undergrowth where I couldn't see a damn thing past the thick foliage. I'd hold my breath listening. Sometimes it would be dead silent for what felt like forever, but other times I swore I could hear something breathing. Not the quick, sniffing breaths of a deer or the chuff of a wild boar. Something deeper and heavier. Then nothing. Minutes would pass, maybe an hour, and just when I thought I'd imagined it, the footsteps would start again, and this time closer. The unease settled deep in my bones. It wasn't just the sounds, it wasn't the feeling that came with them. That prickling sensation on the back of your neck, the instinctual awareness that something is watching you. It followed me everywhere, even in the daylight. The vastness of the property, once peaceful, now felt suffocating. The trees seemed taller, their shadows stretched longer, and every time I stepped outside, I felt like I was being watched. The cabin's door didn't lock. That thought consumed me. Each night as the noises persisted, my mind ran wild with what-ifs. What if it wasn't an animal? What if it wasn't just my imagination? What if one night, whatever was out there decided to step in? I started sleeping in my car. It felt safer, even if it was just a false sense of security. I'd park over an acre away from the cabin, thinking the distance might help, but it didn't, because the footsteps still came. The last straw came on a night I'll never forget. It was past midnight. I was in the driver's seat, reclined, blanket pulled up to my chest when I heard it again. Those slow, deliberate steps in the leaves. But this time they didn't stop at the tree line, they kept coming. I sat up, barely breathing. The night was moonless, the forest a wall of black beyond my windshield. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it. A single twig snapped, and then just outside my car a low wheezing breath. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so hard I nearly dropped them. When I turned to the ignition, my headlights flashed on, illuminating nothing. I slammed the car into reverse and got the hell out of there. By morning I packed up and left for good. My roommate, still convinced I was losing it, stayed behind. But he didn't even last a month. He got robbed twice. After the second time, he finally put up motion-censored cameras, and what they captured made my stomach drop. A man with a long rifle had been out there hiding in the bushes, watching us, watching me, every night. It was a quiet night in the desert, save for the wind, which seemed to be messing with my tent, tugging at the fabric like it wanted to tear it down. The fire had burnt out hours ago, leaving only a faint glow of embers that flickered weakly, barely illuminating the sand and the occasional jagged rock scattered around. The air was dry and cool, but not enough to take away the oppressive stillness. It was around 3 a.m. The full moon was massive, hanging low in the sky behind me at about 1 o'clock. Its light flooded the desert, turning the sand and rocks into pale ghostly shapes. Everything was still, like the desert itself was holding its breath. I was sitting in my truck, windows halfway down, trying to enjoy the chill of the night air. For a moment it felt peaceful, until that feeling crept in. The one you can't quite explain, but you know someone or something is watching you. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly I turned my head, just enough to catch something moving in my peripheral vision. About 6 feet behind my truck, just outside the faint circle of light from my taillights, something was walking. At first I thought it was some trick of the shadows, but no. This thing was real. It was tall, unnaturally tall, at least 8 feet if not more. But it wasn't just tall, it was impossibly thin, like skin stretched over bones. Its limbs were grotesque, its arms were too long, elbows hanging too low, like they didn't belong to the rest of its body. And its neck. Jesus Christ, its neck was long. It stretched up and then its head was oval-shaped, like a distorted human skull, hanging there staring down at the desert like it was looking for something. But the most horrid part? Hanging from its lower face, a thick, grotesque, tube-like beard, or what looked like one swinging from its jaw. It was long, maybe 4 feet, and swayed with an eerie, unnatural rhythm as it moved. I couldn't see its hands or feet, and thank God for that. But the way it walked, it didn't move like something solid. It was like it was walking through water, or some other thick, invisible substance that made each step sluggish and jerky. The sound beneath it didn't seem to affect its movement. It just kept going like it was fighting against something I couldn't see. Then it stopped. Everything froze. My breath caught in my chest. I couldn't make a sound, couldn't even think. My eyes were locked on this thing as it stood there. Its shoulders barely moved, like it was listening to the night. Then its head, its neck, twisted in a way that was completely unnatural. So fluid, it almost seemed like it was made of rubber. And in that moment, I felt it. Its eyes were on me. It was looking straight at me. I couldn't even blink. I felt paralyzed. It was like time slowed down, stretching out the moment into infinity. It stared at me, its head tilted slightly, as if trying to figure out if I was real, or if I was just another mirage in the desert. I could feel the tension in my chest, and I didn't dare move. Then after what felt like an eternity, it slowly turned its head back forwards, as if deciding I wasn't worth its time. Its movements were slow and deliberate, and unnervingly so. And just like that, it kept walking, gliding through the desert like a nightmare you can't wake up from. I sat there in silence, my heart hammering in my chest, the air thick with terror. I don't know why I didn't drive off immediately. Maybe it was shock. Maybe I thought I was still dreaming. But then the real horror hit me. The thing was starved. Its limbs were so thin, its face so gaunt. I don't know how, but it looked hungry. That thought lodged itself in my brain like a splinter. What if it was starving? What if it was hungry? That's when I snapped. I turned the key in the ignition and slammed my foot down on the gas pedal harder than I ever had before. The truck lurched forward, the tires kicking up dust as I tore up the dirt road. My camping gear flew around in the back, slamming into the cab, but I didn't care. I didn't even look back. I just drove, fast, heart racing, and praying I wouldn't see those long, thin limbs in the rearview mirror. I don't know why, but months later, I went back. Maybe I thought I'd imagined the whole thing, and that I'd been too high or too tired to see it clearly. But when I got there, everything looked normal. The same empty desert, nothing out of place, no strange tracks, and no evidence of anything other than the harsh, endless sand. But then it happened again. In the middle of the day, a brand new truck, too clean for those back roads, drove by, blacked out windows, sleek and too perfect for the rough terrain. I watched it pass, wondering what kind of rich arse would drive out here, but that was just the beginning. Later, as I packed up and started driving out, I noticed more trucks, and they weren't just driving by, they were following me. At first it was subtle, just a few vehicles passing, but then it became aggressive. They were tailing me, speeding up, cutting across corners in a way that made it clear they didn't want me stopping. They weren't trying to pass, they were trying to push me out. My palms were sweating, heart pounding in my chest as I tried to keep my speed up. But something in my gut told me they weren't just regular people. They were waiting for something. Just before I hit the main highway, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A dirt road hidden off to the side, stretching out into the horizon. Far in the distance, something large was there. Something like an operation or a compound set way out in the middle of nowhere, far from civilization. But I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I floored it, pushing the truck to its limits, not daring to look back. The last thing I saw in my rear view was one of those blacked-out trucks right on my tail, its headlights blinding me like they were making sure I didn't turn around and ensuring I never returned. And I haven't been back since. This happened around 17 years ago during summer break. My friend and I went to visit another friend who was staying in this tiny remote village in Belarus for the summer. The house was his grandparents', and the whole place felt super isolated. Honestly, it was actually a lot of fun at first. We went swimming at a nearby lake every day, and at night we'd stay up late just sitting by the water, listening to the kind of deafening silence you only get in the countryside, and talking for hours. During the day, we'd go mushroom picking, explore the area, take pictures, and just make some really good memories together. We stayed for a few weeks, but then one of my friends had to leave early because of some family stuff. The only way out was a bus that came twice a week, and she missed it. So she came back to our friend's place and asked if we could walk her to a nearby highway to try and hitch a ride. The main road was about 7 miles away, so we started walking. When we got there, it was midweek, and no cars passed at all. Guess most people were at work or in the city. As it got later, we decided just to walk back. On the way back, we passed through a few neighboring villages that were half abandoned. Honestly, it was pretty creepy, but we kept to ourselves, entertained by singing and joking around, and keeping the fear at bay. It was getting dark, and we still had 4 miles left. Then we ended up on this road with dense forest on both sides. Suddenly we started hearing noises coming from the trees. It was pitch dark, and honestly quite unsettling. We tried to joke about it, but deep down we all felt something was off. Then my friend pointed, and we saw 2 huge yellow eyes staring at us from the trees. We just kept walking in silence for a bit, until one of us nervously said, "Must be some kind of weird fireflies messing with us." We laughed, but we all knew those definitely were not fireflies. Keep in mind this was way before cell phones, so there was no way to call anyone. We just had to keep moving back to safety. As we got closer to the village, 2 of us heard a female voice coming from the forest. We looked at each other, both realizing we heard it, while the third friend was talking and didn't notice. I got goosebumps. It sounded so real, and the fact I wasn't the only one who heard it made it even creepier. We didn't say anything until we got back to the house. Here is where it gets stranger. In Slavic folklore, there's not just the Leshi, the spirit of the forest who protects the woods and sometimes plays tricks on people, but also the Rusalka. Rusalki are these mythological female spirits often connected to lakes and rivers. They're usually described as beautiful women with long hair, sometimes said to lure people, especially at night, with their singing or voices. We'd been hanging out at the lake so many nights, and then to hear a mysterious female voice coming from the trees later on, it definitely made us wonder if we'd gotten a little too close to something supernatural. We still joke about those unhinged fireflies, but deep down we all know we saw and heard something we couldn't explain. Between the abandoned houses, the glowing eyes in the forest, and that eerie female voice, it was honestly one of the scariest, strangest experiences of my life. And yeah, I still think about those nights at the lake and wonder what might have been watching or listening to us from the darkness. At the end of July, my girl and I went camping with her family in the mountains near Eager, Arizona. 12 years ago, some friends and I had an experience that still haunts me. With an entity we couldn't quite understand, but had our suspicions. A full-blooded Apache friend of mine agreed with our suspicions, but refused to go into details. It's important to mention because we were camping in Apache territory, and the previous experience left me with an unsettling memory. An echo of that still lingers. My girl has appetite issues, and she smokes to help her eat. Since we couldn't do that around her family, we drove down the mountain a little way to a scenic overlook. The road was paved, marked with signs, and there were ranches at the foot of the mountain, remote but not completely isolated. We parked in the small lot to the right of the deep woods, stretched into darkness. To the left, a scattering of trees and shrubs, the road winding further down the mountain, giving us a clear line of sight. We were in the truck, and after the first bowl I started to feel it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and an electric chill ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. I heard what I thought were footsteps in the tall grass and brush to the left of us, but I dismissed it as animals. As the sounds continued, I realized they were a steady bipedal cadence. At this point, my girl was high, finishing her second bowl, so I kept quiet. I didn't want to freak her out. And then I saw it. A dark humanoid shape coming up the hill in front of us. My heart skipped several beats. My past experience flashing through my mind, and I froze. My hand hovered near the ignition key as panic began to swell in my chest. That's when my girl paused mid-hit and said, "I hear footsteps on the pavement." I hesitated, but I heard them too. 2 sets of footsteps. One was in the brush, and the other on the pavement, both coming closer. The second set, the one on the pavement, was coming from the right, directly out the woods and into the parking lot at us. It was 10 p.m., and there was no one else around for miles. Without saying a word, I turned the key, slammed the truck into reverse, and floored it harder than I ever had in my life. The tires screeched as we tore out of there, leaving the parking lot in a cloud of dust. The worst part wasn't the panic, though. It was the realization of what we were heading back to. Our campsite. We were going back to our tent in the woods to spend 2 more nights there. There are no predators like that in those mountains. Black bears don't stay bipedal for long, and they don't move like that. If it had been humans, they were beyond sketchy. The way they moved, stealthy like they were stalking us, it felt like a hunting tactic. If they weren't animals and they weren't human, well, my brain didn't want to consider what else they could have been. All I know for sure is that I love Apache National Forest, but I'm well aware that I'm an outsider here. A friend shared this with me, and whenever I think about it, it still chills me to the bone. This happened on a quiet weekday. My friend and his colleagues, a group of dedicated researchers, had planned an expedition to a wooded area near the city. Though technically part of the urban sprawl, the forest was isolated and untouched. Thick trees swallowed the sky, and birdsong wove through the crisp air. It was the perfect day for a little camping trip. Safe enough, especially with other joggers around, cyclists and the occasional hiker. Their goal was simple: collect samples, document flora, and gather data for their research. They brought everything they needed: cameras, laptops, field notebooks, and sampling tools, trekking deeper along one of the lesser-used trails. The atmosphere seemed almost serene. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor. Conversations flowed between them, their laughter blending into the rustling leaves. But tranquility has a way of lulling people into a false sense of security. It started small, a flicker of movement among the trees, a quiet presence just beyond their line of sight. And then 2 men stepped onto the trail. They didn't appear threatening at first. No masks, no frantic energy, just 2 average-looking guys moving without too much purpose. Then one of them reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. And everything changed. "Hand over everything," the man growled, his voice razor sharp, laced with insult. No hesitation, no pretense, just pure threat. The researchers froze. Their months of work, the valuable equipment, none of it mattered anymore. One by one they obeyed, trembling hands offering up their belongings: cameras, laptops, cell phones, and wallets. Then, one of my friend's colleagues, a young woman, had a panic attack. Her chest heaved, her fingers clutched at nothing, tears spilled down her face. But the attackers didn't soften at the sight of her distress. If anything, they doubled down on their aggression. The worst part was that there were no other people in the forest. No joggers, cyclists, hikers. People who saw, who noticed, turned away. Some hesitated for a good second before silently disappearing down another path, unwilling to get involved. No one came to help. The robbery lasted minutes, but fear stretched into something endless. Then just as suddenly as it appeared, the men were gone, vanishing into the trees, leaving behind only silence and the sickening emptiness where their belongings used to be. For a long moment no one spoke. They just stood there, hollow-eyed, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The weight of what had just happened pressed down on them. They gathered what little they had left. Thankfully, the thieves hadn't taken the car keys. Their walk back to the parking lot felt surreal, like stepping through a dream that had suddenly turned into a nightmare. Back in the city, they went straight for the police. But even as they reported the crime, they knew the truth. Their stolen equipment was gone, and the chances of justice were slim to none. What lingered wasn't just the loss of their equipment, it was the feeling of being prey, of realizing how quickly safety can shatter. That forest, once a place of comfort and discovery, now carried a scar, an unsettling reminder that danger doesn't come with warning signs. It just steps out of the trees, and no one's there to stop it. Two strange things happened in one night, and I'm not sure if they're connected, but it definitely spooked us. My girlfriend, our friend, and I were camping in the White Mountains of New Hampshire last month. It was a new moon, so it was incredibly dark with no moonlight to guide us. I went to drop off our trash at the front of the campground. On my way back, something caught my eye near the back of an empty campsite. It looked white or grey. At first I thought it was maybe someone collecting kindling, but then it didn't move. I figured it must have been a birch tree in an odd spot, so I made a mental note to check it out in the morning. Later that night I got up to pee, and that's when things got even stranger. I noticed glowing coals scattered around our tent and further into the woods, as if someone had taken the coals from a fire and spread them around the area. My girlfriend also got up around the same time, and she saw the glowing coals too. The next morning we spoke about them, and I told them about the strange figure I'd seen in the empty campsite. We went over to check it out, and when we looked there was no birch tree, just dark bark. I couldn't explain it. Weeks later we were discussing regional cryptids, so we decided to look up any strange happenings in Coos County. That's when we stumbled upon the Wood Devil, a tall, pale figure that is said to lurk in the woods up there. If you're curious, look it up. It'll give you chills. As a little extra detail, our campsite was only 15 to 20 minutes away from the Betty and Barney Hill Incident Market in Lincoln, New Hampshire, which, if you're familiar with paranormal stories, you've probably heard of. The Okefenokee Swamp is located mostly in South Georgia and partly in North Florida. I'd been going there since I was a kid. My dad and uncle were avid outdoorsmen, and I grew up learning to love the same things. Now, if the first thing that came to your mind when I said swamp was alligators, you would be correct, and the Okefenokee has some of the biggest around. It may sound super scary to non-southerners, but the old saying really is true. If you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. Canoeing slowly across the dark, tea-colored waters, if you pass too closely to one, it will quietly slink into the murky depths. He's not coming to get you. You've simply interrupted his sunbathing. As elementary school kids in South Georgia, it was kind of a rite of passage to go on the Okefenokee field trip and be led on a guided tour by Okefenokee Joe. Joe was a true outdoorsman, extremely knowledgeable, friendly, good with the kids and funny. A little strange but generally regarded as a good guy. A local legend. He would get that boat closer to the big gator than my dad ever let me. He taught us kids about them. We even got to hear the mating call of some of the males and watch a lot of their behavior up close. he would also show us all the birds, snakes, and other wildlife. The denizens of the swamp were so used to Joe's boat that they didn't flee when he got close. Great memories. Anyhow, fast forward to my adulthood, and I still have a great love for the outdoors. I had recently gotten married and was successfully getting my wife and stepdaughter into kayaking, camping and hiking. I had broken them in fairly easy, calm lakes and beautiful crystal clear springs fed Florida waterways. We'd encountered some gators, but the girls had already become comfortable with the fact that they don't want to hurt humans. I decided it was time to go out to the Okefenokee and show them my childhood swamp stomping grounds. We headed out one weekend, kind of on a whim. I hadn't called ahead to reserve a campsite because I assumed it wouldn't be that busy yet. But I was wrong. Every tent camping site was booked. I was pretty visibly bummed out, so I guess the ranger felt sorry for me. She instructed us to hold on. She was going to check one more thing. When she came back, she had great news. There was a primitive group site available, and if you aren't familiar, these are larger sites that are usually for big groups like Boy Scouts, usually situated away from the main campground areas. They do not have electricity, and we camp 100% primitive all the time, so it wasn't an issue for us. The rangers explained that this particular group site had been closed for 2 seasons due to the road being washed out. They said they had just fixed the road the week before, but hadn't gotten around to relisting the site as available. She offered to sell it to us for a normal fee, instead of the group fee. We paid and she vaguely shows us on the map how to get to our home for the night. I remember thinking, damn, that's far as hell from the other sites. It's going to be nice and quiet. Perfect. While at the office, we learnt that that evening there was going to be a ranger-guided night paddle. This particular park inside the Okefenokee is a designated dark sky park, meaning there is very little light pollution. I was already excited about showing my family the stars and Milky Way, so getting out onto the water at night and seeing the skies that way sounded sweet. We decided to sign up for the night paddle and headed off to find our campsite. Once we got there, you could tell right away the area hadn't been used in several years. Overgrown, spiderwebs everywhere, and teeming with the usual wildlife. I kind of prefer things this way, so I didn't think twice about it. It was so far from the campgrounds and the main office area, you couldn't hear a single sound of other humans or vehicles. The area was large, so I walked around a bit to find a good spot to set up. I looked back at my map to try and gauge exactly how this little island was shaped, and noticed that what I was seeing and what the map showed didn't quite line up. Whatever, I'm sure I'm just reading it wrong. We set up our camp and just enjoyed the sunshine and the sounds of nature. It was still very early spring, so the hordes of mosquitoes and other various swamp bugs weren't out in full force yet. The bugs in the swamp in summer months could be a horror story of their own. At around 7:30, we loaded the kayaks back into my pickup and headed all the way across the park to the launch area, as our guided paddle was supposed to start at 8. We approached the launch area to unload, and there were a good 15 to 20 people also going out to paddle. Led by a young, enthusiastic ranger, we all slipped off into the water with our headlamps on the red light setting. We exited the small canal we had been traveling in and emerged out into a larger river-type waterway that meandered through the swamp. As we slowly and quietly crept along, cypress trees draped with Spanish moss loomed over us on both sides, with a dramatic orange and pink sunset as their backdrop. The sun finally began disappearing and the stars started to come out. It was absolutely stunning, and still one of my favorite kayaking memories. I'd never actually seen the Milky Way like that before. It was a new moon, dark as could be, and about a mile from our original launch. We all congregated out in the middle of the wide waterway and sat completely still and quiet. The motionless, dark waters of the swamp reflected the skies like a mirror. Thousands of stars and galaxies twinkled above us and below us. It was like being in space. Shooting stars were visible every few minutes. It really was magical. The only artificial light in the sky was the dull glow of Jacksonville, Florida on the horizon, which was about 100 miles to our southeast. And after a while, the ranger snapped all of us out of our trances. It was time to head back. When we were paddling out there, it had been dusk/twilight for most of the trip, with very little light, but enough to kind of silhouette the trees and the branches against the sky, and a slight glimmer on the water. But by now it was pitch black. The ranger told us to switch our headlamps back on to their normal white light setting, so that we could all see well enough to navigate out of the swamp. As each headlamp slowly switched on, and the swamp was illuminated, we were met with hundreds of glowing eyes. Now, as I said earlier, I grew up out here. Gators were nothing new or scary to me at all. However, growing up, we never really stayed out on the water past dark. We would shine our lights out over the water to look at all the eyes, but from dry land, far away from all the beasts. Now I found myself and my little family quite literally pushing past floating gators with our kayaks. They were absolutely everywhere, all over the sides of the channel, as well as blocking our way to the center. The ranger was leading and assuring everyone not to worry. He paddled up towards a huge group of shining eyes ahead of us and pushed right past them. Most of the eyes just disappeared under the water, but the gator directly in the ranger's path thrashed, and his tail actually hit the kayak. Sharp gasps from the group pierced the otherwise quiet southern night air, but the ranger showed zero signs of panic, which was reassuring. We all just trusted the young man that we weren't going to really piss off these gators by kayaking straight into them. And as we went along, the sounds of the gators being bumped by kayaks and thrashing were heard every few minutes. There weren't any other jarring sounds or movements, just the constant calling of frogs, cicadas, and splashing of these disturbed dinosaurs. When we finally turned back into the small channel that led to the launch, there were no more glowing eyes. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't been a bit freaked out, but I can honestly say I wasn't panicking. The ranger being so cool and confident while leading the way made it pretty easy to stay calm. Everyone started to relax again as we neared the launch, and we got out, loaded up our boats, and one by one headed back to our camps. There was a line of red tail lights trailing off towards the main campground, while my wife, daughter, and myself split off alone into the darkness towards the other side of the park where our site was. I do remember that feeling, kind of eerie, but everyone had made it through the gator gauntlet safely with no problems. Now we were laughing about it and remarking on how cool the whole experience was. We were in high spirits, no stress. We had no idea of the terror that would come later that night. We got back to our site at around midnight and were starving. I got a nice fire going while my wife prepared dinner, and the meal finished cooking. Around 1 a.m. we finally all settled down to get comfy by the fire and eat. I hadn't taken 2 bites of my food when the horrifying experience began. The cicadas and frogs were singing, but you tend to drown that out into background noise because it's so constant. Suddenly, out of the calming buzz of their singing, a sound sprung that I will never forget. A low, rumbling, guttural growl, long, deep, and vibrating in our chests. We all froze and looked at each other like, did y'all hear that? Not even 10 seconds later we heard it again. It sounded really close, like right on the other side of the brush we were camping near. The only thing I could honestly relate it to at the time was the growling sound the T-Rex makes in Jurassic Park. As you can imagine, I was terrified. I've been scared in the woods and the swamps. I've seen swamp gas, freaky figures, and heard screams. I've been in the Marine Corps and encountered bears in the Appalachian Mountains. I've explored all kinds of places. When I tell you, I have never been this scared, I mean it. Pure, raw, primordial fear. I immediately told the girls to get into the cab of my pickup. They get into the truck, and I hop into the bed of my truck with my little .357 Magnum drawn. I figured being back there would get me up off the ground and give me a little advantage over whatever was coming. I told the girls to lock the doors and open the little sliding back window so we could communicate. I started frantically shining my flashlight around, aiming my gun along with it. But I see absolutely nothing. We continue to hear the growling coming from one general direction, not getting any softer or louder, just continuously emitting in 3 to 5 second long intervals, every 30 seconds or so. It was coming from the brush right next to our site. I shine my light all over that area but see nothing. Just thick palmetto leaves, underbrush and pine. No movement whatsoever. Then suddenly we hear the sound coming from the complete opposite direction, more towards the open area of our site. I whip around and shine my light that way, and that's when I notice the dense fog that has settled onto the entire area. It was a damp, sticky and suffocating fog. Almost right away the growling sound was coming back from the original direction. That's when I realized there were 2 of them, doing a kind of call and answer with each other. That's also when I realized the other sounds of the swamp had gone silent. Nothing but the call and answer of whatever was making these absolutely gut-wrenching sounds. It got deafeningly quiet for a moment. Nothing but the heavy fog, which seemed to have a silent sound of its own. My wife, with a shaky, trembling voice, told me she wanted to leave immediately, and our daughter agreed. Now I was absolutely terrified. However, do not misunderstand this. The thought of us just leaving all of my expensive camping gear behind was somehow more offensive. Not to mention I was getting kind of frustrated. I'm at home in this damn swamp. I know all of the creatures here. I'm comfortable here. It's borderline pissing me off that something out here has me so scared and confused. And I begin to rationalize what could be making this sound. Suddenly it started back up again, but now it sounds like it could be 4 to 5 of them, all growling back and forth to each other, overlapping each other now, coming from all sides. A demonic chorus of deep, rattling, soul-sucking rumbles, not getting any closer or further away, just keeping us closely surrounded. If I'd had to have pooped, I believe I would have done it in my shorts. I kept myself at least somewhat cool by affirming it must be an animal of some kind. I wouldn't even entertain the thought of anything supernatural. My wife kept saying it sounded like a big cat, and while I agreed, I knew that wasn't it. It would have had to have been massive lions or tigers to make that kind of extreme low rumbling growl. I racked my brain for the biggest animal it can be, and kept landing back on alligator. Yet we had just paddled directly through an entire swarm of them, some of them absolutely massive, and they hadn't made a single sound the whole time. No, that couldn't be it. I even had a thought that the young, playful ranger had orchestrated some kind of extravagant practical joke on us poor campers here all alone. Really and truly, I had no idea what it was, and not being able to even see a glimpse so I could take a shot at it to protect my family was very helpless. I really wished I had more words for how it felt, just blindly standing in the back of the truck, hearing what I could only imagine were the scariest, evilest, most vile things on the planet, just knowing that they wanted to kill, eat, or otherwise mutilate myself and my family. It felt like an eternity. We'd probably been holed up in the truck for at least 15 minutes by now. It had finally gone quiet again, and I told the girls that we could leave, but I wasn't leaving the gear. I climbed into the cab and started the truck and moved it, positioning it to where I could shine the headlights onto our stuff while I packed it all up. Gun in hand, I began rolling up the tent, gathering all of our stuff and throwing it into the bed of the truck, praying nothing crazy happened like my truck dying or something else, perfectly timed, like that cinematic horror moment. I tried to put on a confident air so as to not scare my family, but in my head I felt so vulnerable, like I was something's prey. The growling hadn't started coming back, and honestly the silence was freaking me out more than anything. That and the fog. I'll never forget how oppressive that fog felt. All of our gear was sopping wet with it, and I swear it was hard to breathe the air. The fire was nothing but a smolder despite the fact it had been roaring bright 20 minutes ago. Just as I was rolling up the very last sleeping mat, one final, closer than before growl shook me to my very core. I snatched that map up and took off running, getting into the truck Duke of Hazzard style and taking off, none of us looking back. I later discovered, once I made it to cell service, that the sounds we were hearing were large male alligators. That sound is their mating call. The louder, lower, and scarier sounding, the more the female gator finds it attractive. Those must have been the swamp's sexiest gators, because I had never heard this sound in my life. I had been under the impression that I knew what their mating call sounded like from my childhood experiences in Okefenokee Joe's boat and with my father and uncle. These gators must have been absolutely massive, true units to produce the sounds we were hearing, because it was nothing like what I'd heard in the swamp. It was exactly like what was in the video. But I'm telling you, in person, you can physically feel it rattling your insides. Though I was somewhat comforted by the fact that the noise were just gators flirting and weren't being aggressive towards us, my wife and daughter still think we were in danger given our proximity. I got into Google Maps and tried to figure out exactly where we camped, because, from looking at the map the ranger had given us, we shouldn't have been that close to the water. I never could quite figure out where we'd ended up. I don't know if it was us being in the wrong place, or the fact that the area hadn't had any human activity for 2 years, or a combination of both, that put us so close to all this mating activity that normally wouldn't happen near areas with lots of humans. Either way, it made for a heart-pounding experience that we still talk about to this day. Also, for a small funny addition to the story, looking back, the most hilarious thing was that my daughter was eating corn on the cob at the time when we first heard the sound. It was still in her hands. So during this entire event of being terrified and hearing the growls, she was holding corn on the cob. I hope you enjoyed the story. I can assure you it was very real, and in some ways, one of the most frightening of my life. The fog, the setting, everything was perfect to make it that much creepier. And I'll never forget that particular kind of fear I experienced that night. In 2020, when the world felt like it had ground to a halt, my family and I were stuck at home in Texas looking for anything to break the monotony. And my parents suggested we camp out in the backyard for the night. Something different, something fun. And I was all for it. Up until dinner, we were completely committed to sleeping outside. But at the last minute, my sister backed out, saying she felt sick. My parents took that as a sign. And just like that, our little adventure was cancelled. We went to bed around 11 p.m., all of us tucked safely inside, unaware that the decision to stay indoors had just saved our life. The spot we had planned to set up our tents in was to the left of our house, near a strange part of our yard that lined up perfectly with a T-section of the road. Occasionally we would hear kids racing through the neighborhood late at night, but it had never been more than a minor annoyance, just noise in the dark. Then around 12:30, that noise became something else. A sharp screech of tires tore through the silence, followed by the sickening sound of metal bending, wood snapping, and something heavy colliding with brutal force. It jolted me awake, my heart hammering as I lay there, struggling to process what I'd just heard. In my half-sleep daze, I brushed it off. Probably just some reckless teenager losing control. But it wasn't until my parents started yelling for my sister and me to come downstairs that I realized something was very wrong indeed. Their voices weren't just urgent, but frantic. I bolted down the stairs, my sister behind me, and when we reached the porch, I felt my stomach drop. Below us, a car had obliterated our fence, not just dented it, demolished it. The front half of the vehicle sat where we had planned to sleep just hours before. If I had gone through with camping, we would have been lying in our sleeping bags when it came barreling through. Then the driver turned on the car's interior light. For the first time I saw him, thin, disheveled, dark-haired, looking to be in his mid-20s. There was something deeply off about the way he moved, his head lolling slightly before snapping up as if he had just realized we were watching him. My parents were speaking in careful, measured voices, calling down to him from the porch, trying to get information without provoking him. My dad whispered for me and my sister to stay silent. We obeyed, but I could feel my sister shaking beside me. For a few moments the man ignored them, staring straight ahead like he wasn't fully present. Then without warning he stumbled out of the car and started moving towards us. His steps were uneven, but there was intent behind them, something raw and unpredictable. He was muttering, slurring words we couldn't understand, but as he got closer his voice grew louder, more erratic. I remember gripping the porch railing, my pulse pounding in my ears. My mum whispered something to my dad and I could hear the barely contained fear in her voice. As he reached the bottom of the porch steps, red and blue lights flooded the yard. My dad pulled up fast, their doors swinging open as two officers stepped out, immediately assessing the situation. One officer intercepted the man before he could get any closer, sitting him down and trying to talk to him, and the other moved towards the wrecked car, shining a flashlight inside. Then he froze. He called something out to his partner, and they both stiffened. The man in the car was too drunk to notice, or maybe he just didn't care. He kept muttering nonsense where he sat. It wasn't until the next morning that I learnt the truth. My parents sat me down and told me that when the officer had searched the car, he found a loaded gun. Had things gone differently? Had he seen us as a threat? Had he been even a little more unhinged? I don't want to think about it. But the worst part was the realization that had my sister not spoken up, had we gone through with our camping plans, we wouldn't have seen it coming. We would have been lying there wrapped up in sleeping bags, laughing and telling stories, completely unaware of the headlights speeding towards us at over 90 miles an hour. Little human burritos, ready to be destroyed by this drunk driver. We wouldn't have had time to move, react, or survive. Every few years, the church my family attends organizes a youth activity where we hike a long distance, usually around 20 miles over the span of a few days. The whole thing is set up like a pioneer trek, so we're dressed in old-timey clothes, pulling handcarts loaded with all our gear. The summer heat always made it more exhausting than it should have been. The first night was rough. We were all wiped out trying to adjust to the constant walking and the weight of the carts. By the second night, we'd gotten used to the rhythm of it all, and by bedtime, my friends and I weren't exactly tired. We had set up camp with tents placed on top of a loud plastic tarp, which crinkled and shifted every time someone moved. The night air was warm, and the sky was clear, so my friend and I decided to sneak out of the tent and stargaze. We were just lying there on the ground, trying to count shooting stars, when we started hearing the sound of hooves. A few of the leaders had horses, and they were nearby, so we thought it was them circling around. As we talked, the sound of the hooves faded into the background, and we shifted positions to get a better view of the stars. That's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, about 15 feet away, there was another tent. But something didn't feel right. The shadow dug down quickly like it was trying to hide, but it was too fast for me to catch any details. I froze, my heart pounding, and without saying anything I glanced over at my friend and she saw it too. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice tense with uncertainty. We fell silent, just listening to the night, trying to figure out what she had seen. The quiet was deafening. Then we both heard it. The unmistakable sound of something large moving around us, circling like it was hunting. We scrambled up, grabbing our blankets and bolted for the safety of our tent. Our tent was set up high enough to keep us out of the damp, but whatever it was still out there, moving swiftly and deliberately. We made it back in a frantic rush, locking the flap behind us as quickly as we could. My heart was racing, my breath shallow with panic, but the worst part was hearing the thing outside circling us again. Then it stopped. We heard it pause right outside our tent, just lingering there in the dark. It was so still, so quiet, but we could feel it. We could sense it waiting. I don't know how long we sat there holding our breath, but eventually exhaustion overcame us and we passed out, still too afraid to move. When we woke up the next morning, we didn't speak a word about what had happened and tried to brush it off, pretending it was just our imagination. But the others didn't believe us. They thought it was just one of the leaders or maybe another youth messing with us. But we knew what we saw, and we knew what it did. Whatever it was not human. It had huge arms, longer than they should have been, like they were stretched out of proportion. And its head was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. It was football-shaped, and the way it moved and the way it walked. We never saw it fully, but the feeling of the presence never left us, and I swear every time I closed my eyes, I can still feel it circling the camp, just waiting for us to step outside. Even now when I think about it, I don't know what it wanted, or if it was just toying with us, but whatever it was, it watched us the entire time, and I'm not sure if it ever left. All of these events unfolded over the span of 3 years, beginning in 2012, when I moved into a cabin. A childhood friend of mine asked if I'd be her roommate, and since I needed to get out of my parents' house, and she needed someone to share the rent, it seemed like a good situation. This cabin dates back to sometime in the 1700s, though we can't be entirely sure. The road it sits on bears the name of the original family that owned it, an old tobacco farming family who once controlled a large portion of the land that is now one of the largest cities in the US. If you search for an American colonial cabin, you'll find images that resemble this place. Initially, we thought it might have been used as slave quarters, but we later discovered it was more likely a stable house. The stable theory checks out because one time our dog dug up a horseshoe. I still have it. The night we moved in, I immediately sensed something eerie. The house was full of strange quirks. There were no doors leading to the upstairs, where my room was, or to the downstairs bedroom. My roommate's room was an addition added in the 80s. The previous owners had also added a much-needed kitchen and bathroom, as the original structure lacked both. Now that you have a sense of the place, let me tell you why I'm sharing this. Right after moving in, I constantly felt a sensation of being watched. The house always felt cold, dark, and damp like a cellar. Sure, that's to be expected with an old cabin, but there was something more. It started with scratching. Every night I'd wake up to scratching sounds coming from right underneath my bed near my head. At first I thought it was mice, but after listening closely I realized the scratching was longer and more deliberate, like a foot-long drag, then repeat. I just covered my head, muffled my ears and closed my eyes. I was a 23-year-old man at the time, but I felt like I was cowering. I wasn't about to take on any wood-scratching spirits. One night I was awake when the scratching started. It came from the far side of the room above my bed. It moved down the wall, then scratched its way directly beneath me. After a while, it went across the room, then back to the wall. Then it was gone. Here's why it wasn't mice. My walls were solid wood. The logs inside were the same as the outside. Between the floor and ceiling, there was no space. It was an old cabin with a solid construction. I was getting scared, so I began sleeping downstairs. My roommate asked what was going on and I told her. She admitted that she had been hearing the same thing when she was home alone, as this all happened within the first week. Here's where it gets really creepy. When we moved in, I had to unscrew all the screws the previous tenant had put into the windows, and even had to unscrew one of the exterior doors that had been screwed shut. We also had to clean out some strange rabbit food from the oven, or so we thought, and Wright doesn't live here on hundreds of mail-order catalogs the previous tenant had been receiving. We joked the guy was a shut-in Satanist, but in hindsight I don't think we were too far off. We started sleeping downstairs in the living room, feeling safer in numbers. The airy atmosphere was easier to handle when we were together. Until one night, I had a dream that a dark force was approaching me. I was watching myself sleep in the third person. The entity started looming over me, and I felt intense pressure building in my head, accompanied by a high-pitched ringing in my ears. The sensation became so overwhelming that I suddenly sprang up from my sleep, and just as I did, the TV turned off, abruptly, as if someone had clicked the remote. We'd been having problems with the TV turning on and off, but this time felt too coincidental to brush it off. I know I went to bed with the TV off, so why was it on in the first place? After that night, we started sleeping in her room. She said nothing ever happened in there. Maybe because it was an addition. I'm not sure. Either way, our ghost had a funny way of playing matchmaker, and now we're married and trying for a kid. Been married 5 years now, by the way. One day while I was reading upstairs, I was almost falling asleep when my window started opening and closing on its own. I'd had enough with this spirit by this point, so the next day I set up the same situation again, and the same thing happened. Windows opening, closing. Funny how it never happened when I wasn't there. I ended up yelling at whatever it was and telling it to leave us alone, and that I was tired of its nonsense. And it seemed to work. For a while. But then I was home alone, and alarm clocks would go off as soon as my wife left. Drawers would open and there would be banging on the front door. Over time, though, the activity slowly died down. I think as I matured, the spirit stopped messing with me as much. Today my in-laws live there. They were my landlords, and the house feels warm, cute and homely. I can spend time there alone now, and no longer feel any malice. The cabin is still in the family. My mother-in-law refuses to let go of it. I went from being a 20-something-year-old brat to cleaning gutters and scheduling repairs for the old house. I've grown to love that cabin and everything it brought me. When my father-in-law passed away, I spent some time there alone, hoping for a familiar knock, but nothing came. When I go there now, there's no sense of doom, just warmth, comfort, and safety. It feels as if the entity wasn't trying to haunt us forever. Maybe it was more like a spiritual nanny, and once my wife and I matured, it finally parted ways. And the ghost always seemed to mess with me more than my wife. Maybe I had an open portal that allowed it to slip through easier. But we both experience things. I've always been more attuned to the paranormal than her. My mother swears she's seen a ghost before. I think my side of the family is sensitive. We never really tried to talk about it, but over time stories come out, mostly good ones. I guess it comes from a family of sensitive folks. When Miguel was just a child, his mother left him in the care of his grandmother as she worked in another city. He spent his summers alone in his grandmother's house, a massive, eerie place with towering ceilings and long, echoing corridors. One night around the age of 10, he found himself home alone once again, the hours slipping by unnoticed as the sun disappeared beyond the hills. By 9 p.m. the house had plunged into darkness, the kind of oppressive blackness that swallows sound and distorts reality. Miguel was sitting in the TV room, absorbed in a show, when he heard something. It was faint at first, like crinkling paper or rustling plastic, but it was unmistakable. He thought it was one of the cats scratching at something, maybe a cement bag or the pile of building materials near the front door. He was used to being alone in the house, so it didn't faze him at first, but when he opened the door to check, something wasn't right. The cement bag wasn't just scratched or torn, it had been placed carefully at an odd angle, as though someone or something had positioned it. As Miguel stood frozen, trying to make sense of it, the bag suddenly toppled forward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. His instincts kicked in, as he rushed to close the door, but as he did, his eyes were drawn to the threshold. Through the swirling haze of dust, something moved. A tall, shadowy figure filled the doorway, its form unnervingly distorted by the dim light. But there was no mistaking it. This thing had horns. Miguel's heart froze in his chest. He couldn't move, he could barely breathe. His mind raced, but his body was paralyzed, every instinct screaming for him to run. Then, in a burst of pure terror, his legs moved. He backed away, his breath ragged, his mind spiraling into panic. As he stumbled back, his feet slammed into the marble staircase, and without thinking he bolted up the stairs, scrambling as quick as he could. At the top, he darted down the hallway to the last room, where he slammed the door shut behind him. His chest felt tight, his breath shallow. He flicked the light switch over and over, desperately trying to push back the encroaching darkness that seemed to press against him. The silence was unbearable. For a moment it seemed like everything had stopped, but then the cold began to creep in. A bone-deep chill that made the air heavy, suffocating. It crawled up his spine like icy fingers. He could feel whatever had followed him was still out there. And driven by a reckless need to understand, he cautiously approached the landing that overlooked the first floor. From there he could see everything, the kitchen, the dining room, the living room. And he wished he hadn't. The first thing he saw was the old rocking chair that his grandfather had. It was moving, but not the way it should. It wasn't rocking with the slow, rhythmic creaking that it usually did. No. This movement was violent, unnatural. The chair rocked back and forth, jerking violently, but there was no sound. Then, his gaze shifted to the dining room. One of the chairs was missing. It took a moment for his brain to process what that meant. And then, with horror rising in his chest, his eyes darted to the kitchen. There it was, the missing chair, sliding across the floor, inching towards the stove as if pulled by invisible hands. A scream choked in his throat, but nothing came out. His whole body shook in fear as cold sweat drenched his skin. That's when he noticed it. When he exhaled, he saw his breath. The temperature had plummeted, like the room itself had become a tomb. Desperate, he threw the window open and screamed help into the night. Then he heard a crash, the sound of glass shattering violently below. Miguel whipped around, his entire body trembling, his heart hammering against his ribcage. Then he heard it, slow and methodical, a rhythmic clicking of footsteps echoing up the stairs. The sound was deliberate, as though whatever was coming and knew exactly where he was. A gut-wrenching fear coursed through him. He scrambled through the room, throwing books and magazines, desperately searching for anything to protect himself, but nothing seemed to matter. And then he saw it. A single sheet of paper sticking up from beneath a pile of magazines. He yanked it. It was the image of Saint Michael, the Archangel, with his sword raised in defense against the forces of evil. Now, Miguel wasn't particularly religious. He wasn't the kind of child to recite prayers, but in that moment he knew he had to. And with each step the creature took on the stairs, his panic grew. His hands trembled, with his finger over the paper. On the back was a prayer, written in small, hurried handwriting. He whispered the first words, voice shaking, barely breathing. And then, as if the words themselves were a lifeline, he read them again, more loudly. Suddenly he felt a sense of peace. The suffocating fear that had flooded through his chest began retreating, and the footsteps paused. And when he finished the prayer, everything had gone silent. He sat in the darkness for what felt like hours, shaking with relief and exhaustion, tears rolling down his face from the emotional release. When he gathered the courage to move, the rocking chair had stopped. The missing chair was back at the table, and the broken plate still lay in pieces on the floor. But there was no sign of the creature. When his grandmother arrived an hour later, he told her everything. She didn't question him, she didn't need to. She simply wrapped his arms around him, and they never spoke of that night again. Now as a grown man, Miguel still shudders when he remembers that night. He doesn't know what it was that came after him or why, but he does know that it was real, and that luckily someone was watching over him that night. I am a park ranger, and many people don't really understand my job. They assume I'm just at a booth, taking a few bills, handing out the odd map, and wishing people a good hike. To be honest, I sort of thought that too before I started. The booth, for one, isn't as safe as you would imagine. Let me give you some context. It was a late afternoon, the sun hanging low, and the sky turning a lovely purple and orange shade. Then, this man pulled up, with blacked-out windows. I caught the sharp scent of gas and cigarettes before I even saw him. I stepped forward, voice steady, but inside my skin was crawling. And that's when I saw what he was holding. A machete. He didn't say a word. He stared at me with unreadable eyes, one hand resting on the hilt. Then, without warning, he pulled back his lips into a grin that didn't reach his eyes, more of a leer of pure malice, and he unleashed a storm of curses, not just angry words, but a promise to harm me. All he wanted to do was for me to hear that. Then he slammed his car into reverse, spinning tires tearing up the dirt, as he performed a reckless U-turn that sent him nearly crashing into the ditch, and he vanished down the road. And that was the last I saw of him, or so I thought. Hours later, just as the moon slipped back behind thick clouds, I thought I heard a soft scrape coming from the edge of the trees. I leaned out of the window, but there was nothing. And then I saw a shadow detach itself from the forest. He was there, standing beyond the beam of my flashlight, the machete gleaming against the moon. No car this time, no words. It was like he was stalking me. I slammed the window of the little booth shut and locked it, fumbling for the emergency button, but my radio was dead. I grabbed my flashlight and bolted from the booth, hoping to outrun him, to lose him in the maze of trees. Behind me, the sound of heavy boots pounding on the soft earth grew louder, the rasp of the machete slicing through the underbrush. I ran blindly, the moonlight barely piercing the canopy, and then I heard the man's voice. "You can't hide here." Panic clawed at my chest. I don't know how I managed to outrun him, but I made my way to a very big rock and hid behind it. He never thought to look and just ran on. I waited for about 15 minutes when I knew he was probably far enough away or lost before I made my retreat back quietly. Then I got into my car and drove away. It really made me think about me wanting to work as a park ranger after that.